Ladies and gentlemen, what do I even need to say to this one? I do hope today is finding you all well. If it isn't, well, hopefully we can fix that. If we can't, well, then that's just normal, isn't it? I am a little bit clogged today. Please forgive me. I think that's definitive. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of the food thing. We're still missing about 50 or so votes of our normal numbers, which just means I think I just lost about 50 viewers of the last few things. What the heck is arcane, says he saddles. Super Mario World. This is a fun one. This is a fun one. I don't really have much of a big like story of significance like I did with, Mario Brothers 3. Instead, Mario World is just a game that is significant to me for a completely different reason. I want to go ahead and shout out Patrick Holloman really quick. In fact, I need to make sure I'm saying this right. Um, maybe? I sure hope I'm saying his name right, because he's a cool dude. I've talked to him a couple of times, and he works on a thing called the Game Design Forum. You can find him on YouTube. He actually sells physical copies of his books, which I keep meaning to buy, and I keep forgetting to. That's on me. I need to just do that at some point. But he has sat down. Yeah, it's not like I have time to watch shows off camera, as he settles. He sat down and did a significant and substantial series covering design, game design, when it comes to certain video games. And he and I have traded thoughts specifically about Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI. But he's also covered things like Diablo 2, Final Fantasy VII, Half-Life, and of course, Super Mario World. So if you ever want someone to really go in depth into this, feel free to check him out because he really goes in depth into this kind of thing. I was gonna say I already did buy these books. I was right. I bought the ebook version. I haven't bought the physical book version. Anyway, sorry. Getting off track. Super Mario World. There I was. Some of you have probably picked up on this. Some of you haven't. That's fine. So my dad and my mother separated when I was 4. Okay. Now this is significant because it meant that I would go visit dad periodically, and that's one of the reasons why most of my stories with regards to video games tend to revolve around dad and not mom. There's some issues regarding there too, of course, but you get the general gist of it. Dad was the one who was into gaming, mom was not, so that's where I got most of my first experiences with stuff. My mother and my grandmother specifically, actually, would be the ones who would help me to actually buy and play games long term, but first exposures were usually through dad. So there I am, going to visit him one time. I actually remember the place he was living at the time. And I go in, and he's like, "Hey, what's up?" And I'm super excited to see my dad because I love my dad. I walk up, we have some lunch really quick, go out, play at the park a bit, come back, and he's like, "Oh," and apparently he had left this box, which was a present, just kind of sitting there. Now, I want to stress that I didn't do this on purpose, but I just kind of mentally stepped over that. Like I didn't acknowledge it as being a present. And I found this out later. Dad, meanwhile, is freaking out because show up and I'm just like, "Hey, what's up, Dad?" And I just completely ignore the present that he thought was obvious that was supposed to be my gift. And so I'm just having, from my perspective, I'm just having fun hanging out with my dad. And so we come back, and then he actually says, "Oh, what's this?" And actually draws my attention to it. And I'm like, "Well, what is? Oh, it's a present. Who's it for?" Look, I never claimed to be a smart kid, okay? So Dad lets me open it up, and it is a Super Nintendo. And it's not here on the shelf because I don't have room for every console. The same SNES he bought me is still in my storage in an airtight box right now, or airtight bag inside a tote. And I was super jazzed about that. Obviously, a bit of a gamer, and obviously really enjoyed the idea. And I knew about the SNES; it had been out for a while at this point, a little bit of a while. And it came with it a game, Super Mario World. I stayed up late that night playing Super Mario World and beat it. Now, this is the only real story I have to share with you about this, because what happened is I beat the game, and Dad wakes up the next morning. He's like, so, you know, how far did you get? Oh, I beat it the first time. You what? And he was so irritated. I've actually mentioned this in passing before because duration of game is something that's seen as kind of a metric of quality of game. But at the time, he was like, that's it? I spent all that money and all that time, and you've already beaten the game? And I had to console him, like, no, Dad, it's okay. Like, there's more stuff to do, and I'm going to replay it. Like, I'm still super happy about it. Thank you. He's like, well, okay. And then I sat down and played it with him for a bit, and he loved it. And it's Mario World, right? What do you want? Thank you, Night Forager, very much as always. If you know where you want to put that, please let me know. And I shall jot it down. And Blue Wolf's was a repeat, so... Super Mario World. I have a funny little anecdote. How many of you here are excited to see Super Mario World? Real talk, real question. I'm actually curious. You don't have to say yes. I'm just curious if anybody's like, yeah, hell yeah, Super Mario World. I don't think I did Ginga Man, but at the same time, I know I unlocked it, so I might have. So I'm saying a couple people, 3 or 4 people. Feel free to mention this on the VOD too, if you're watching this on the YouTube VOD. There's a specific reason I'm asking this question. It's because this game took 141 days to fund, which isn't actually all that long. But what's really interesting is that a grand total of 3 people put a grand total of $14 towards this run, and then it just sat there for 5 months. Until a couple days ago, I decided to just throw Dealer's Choice at it to get it funded so we could do it here after Mario 3. So apparently nobody actually wants me to play Super Mario World. I just thought that was really funny. The timing and presentation on that. Anyways, moving on. And please do, Wolf Alex. Please absolutely do. But speaking of which, shoutouts and thank you to Colin Peluso, who put it on the list, Frieza 2000, Mr. Red 97, and then a bunch of Dealer's Choice, which includes Sonic Doctor, Hideyori, Tizara, and Delbach. And obviously by a bunch, I mean just a couple, because it's a short game. It doesn't take that long to fund a short game. Anyways, let's talk about Mario World. So this is actually kind of a funny little tidbit thing here. Mario, they had... Yeah, you put it on the list, couples, with $1, one of your 1-bit things you like to do. There's this game you may or may not have heard of called Super Mario Bros. 3. And there was this other game that was being put out in direct competition to it. This is part of the leapfrogging of the so-called console wars. You've probably heard of this game. It's called Sonic the Hedgehog. Now, Sonic the Hedgehog had an interesting cycle there. Sonic the Hedgehog, of course, came out in the Sega Genesis. Whoops, wrong thing. But what's really interesting about this to me is how many of you knew that Sonic came out in the States before it came out in Japan? Now, I'm not going to go into the full depths of that right now, but all you need to know is that Sega had realized what Nintendo had already come to understand, and what Capcom never figured out, that the States was a gargantuan video game market, and they needed to market towards that. That's pretty much exactly what Sonic the Hedgehog was, an attempt to market to the so-called American audience. How successful that was, who knows? Obviously, Sonic lost that battle long-term, but there's other reasons for that. And Lord knows Sega is almost as stupid as Capcom when it comes to long-term planning. Dreamcast, excuse me. Anyways, but moving along. The point is that Nintendo Corporate, was a little bit worried about Sonic. So to explain this a little bit, Super Mario World, let's look at some notes here. Super Mario World came out in November, okay? In Japan. Sonic came out in June in the States. So you're like, well, okay, well, then Super Mario World won, right? No, because again, Sonic came out in the States first. Now, the reason this is all significant is because this is something, and Miyamoto's talked about this before, this is something that Nintendo kind of fell prey to. We actually theorized about this with Mario 3. I can confirm Mario World was a bit of a rush title. And again, several Nintendo titles were a bit rushed, pretty much up until Wind Waker, which is when they officially pulled the plug on that particular philosophy. And the reason it was rushed was because of Sonic, because they knew They needed to get the game out as soon as possible and processed as soon as possible in order to be able to compete with Sonic in the American audience. So they kind of started cutting some corners and having some issues with some of the later worlds, and I think it informed some of the level design, which we will be talking about as we go through this. But that changes several things, and is also one of the reasons why, for example, there's no mushroom houses in this game. Anybody who's so let's go and just be upfront about this. People have reverse engineered Super Mario World to the nth degree. There's nothing new I have to add to this. There's nothing new to be said about this. They have done, so many people have done so much work to destroy and rip apart the code of this game. We have actually found dumps of some of the original developer versions of this game, for God's sake. So we know all kinds of stuff about this. We know about the mushroom houses. We know about the extra Bowser phase that was supposed to happen. We know about the excuse me, the extra modes that Yoshi was supposed to go through, etc., etc. Speaking of Yoshi, how many of you like Yoshi as a character? Just a random question, if anybody's curious. And while before I read Blue Wolf's answer there, I'm going to go ahead and write down something here. There we go. And by write down, I mean click. There it is. So, some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that Yoshi is, it's kind of an old thing. I had the exact date up, and of course I lost it because I'm stupid. Yoshi was invented in 1984. If you're paying attention, that predates Super Mario Brothers. Whoop, wrong thing. That's still the wrong thing. There we go. You see, it's kind of hard to see because this is one of the only functional images I could find of this game, and I didn't want to just pull up the game. Do you see that green dinosaur over there? That is actually the origination of Yoshi right there, and I'm not actually joking about that at all. This was one of the first games Miyamoto ever worked on. Miyamoto apparently was really big into horse riding and cowboys in general, and he loved that kind of thing, and he always wanted to have a dinosaur. He always wanted to have a horse dinosaur that he rode on. And that was the very first iteration of Miyamoto, and he really wanted it to be in Super Mario Bros. 1, and the tech wasn't there, and he really wanted it to be in Super Mario Bros. 2, and the tech wasn't there, and he really wanted it to be Super Mario Bros. 3. They decided to cut it there because they were already stretching what the NES could do to such a ridiculous extent. So when the SNES came out, Miyamoto's like, all right, enough. We're going to actually put freaking Yoshi into the freaking game. And everyone's like, okay, fine. And Yoshi went through a lot of iterations and a lot of design changes before we finally got the version we have. Let's go and get this out of the way. Yes, the original intent was that you punched the back of his head to make him shoot fire. That was axed almost immediately because everyone said, no, that's a stupid and terrible idea, and they were right. And I only mentioned that because it's been misreported ever since. That is not what's actually happening in the game. Is Super Bonk the one where you go to the solar system as a crab? That is actually a cool story, though. I don't think Sonic was cooler. I mean, no. Sonic was more 90s, which was his entire thing. Toad, gotta have the Toad. But as for actually being cooler, now I want to answer Lunairith's question really quick because she asked something. She says, how does that work? You throw money in and it gets straight back because you're giving it to yourself. So you've already donated, but it's not allocated. So it just sits there in the bank waiting to be allocated. The money, the transaction's already happened, but it hasn't actually been attached to a run. That's how Dealer's Choice works. That's pretty simple. Anyways, what else we got? I mentioned Devil World. Oh yeah, one of the other things they did. This is actually fascinating to me personally. You ever wonder why? Let me actually show you something here. Let me just pull this up. So obviously this happens with just about every console generation, right? Like I like to say GTA 3 and GTA San Andreas both came out on the same system, you know? Final Fantasy 7 and Final Fantasy 9 came out on the same system, etc., etc. But it's really interesting to me because this isn't loading for some reason. That's definitely there we go. It's really interesting to me, especially because this game is a SNES game. Now I'm just going to start it up really quick, just because I want you to see what this looks like. I want you to look at the color palette. I want you to look at the variety. I want you to look at the shading. I want you to look at all of the little details of how mind-bogglingly good the sprite work is here. Even just look at the Yoshis. Look at the design and style of those Yoshis right there, especially the green Yoshi on the right, okay? Just keep looking at that for a long time here. And the reason I'm pointing that out is because the actual game we're going to be playing today... Yeah, usually I just sit on dealer's choice linear roof. Well, that's actually not true, but let's not get into the specifics of that. You're dumb, Hazardous. And so are you, Loner. Now, hang on, we're not actually starting. I really want you to understand something. Now look at that Yoshi right there. Look at that. Even just a cursory glance can show you the massive gap in difference in terms of quality. You're probably thinking, well, yeah, lore, this is one of the first games, if not the first game to come out in the SNES. Well, yeah, but there's a specific reason here, rather than just unfamiliarity with the console. You see, Nintendo was rushing the SNES and Super Mario World so much, they didn't have a dev kit yet. For those of you who don't know how this works, for most consoles, what would happen is the creators of the console would create a dev kit tool, and you'd get a production, I forget what they call it, but it's a production copy of the console, which you can use as a test box to design and work with, right? And so, that wasn't built yet. So they were just kind of making it up on the fly. And if you ever wondered why this looks like a slightly better looking NES game, that's because it literally is. They effectively designed this on the NES prototype and on the NES dev kit, and then just kind of, used the additional color palette coding that the SNES offered. That's a good question, Linear. I don't know the answer to that one. But like I said, it's just funny to me because the difference between this and, for example, Link to the Past is huge. And you can tell, even just at a cursory glance, you can tell. Because Link to the Past, by that point, they'd actually had the dev kit made and you could actually work with the system a lot better. But anyways, so that's the first thing I wanted to mention. The second thing I want to mention, you remember how many people worked on Mario Brothers 1? I'll just tell you. It was 8. Remember how many people worked on Super Mario Brothers 3? It was about 30. How many people do you think worked on Super Mario World? Just random guess. And now I gotta acknowledge subs, because I got a sub from Sonoshi. Thank you, Sonoshi, very much, as always. I will put that down for Dragon Age Inquisition, if you give me a moment. And thank you, Jesse Ward. I hope that you have gotten that fixed so that you don't have any real issues or difficulties with that, because that's always such a pain to deal with. Nevertheless, I will put that towards, what's like the opposite of Suikoden? Either way, thank you very much. So, a lot of good guesses here, a lot of good guesses. Unfortunately, I think one person in chat actually knows the answer to this, because they answered it exactly. There were 10 people who worked on Mario World. Now, there's other reasons for that I'm not going to go into right now, which, it's not relevant. But you get the general idea. So, small team working with unproven tools, essentially making an NES game. So, what they did was they gave out... Oh, you didn't actually know. They gave out a director's slot to someone else. And then Miyamoto walked in and then was the director of the game. This is something that multiple interviews have confirmed, and it was actually fairly common back in the day. I don't know how common it is nowadays. One person just wielding way more influence than the people who are supposedly actually in charge. And Miyamoto was in charge of this game. After his success with Mario Bros. 3, as I said, that was what solidified his position at Nintendo. He was the Mario person, and he continued to be the Mario person, and that would continue until now. Thank you. Let's see. I'm going to say Azarafale. Thank you very, very much. Always appreciate those subs, and if you want to put that towards something in particular, please let me know. That's a 4. There we go. That's actually it. There's not a lot of behind the scenes here. What there is in this game is an enormous amount of design, because everything I just told you wasn't just for my usual behind-the-scenes look, but I also wanted you to understand why this game was designed the way it was. So the way it works, Azurafale, is... I'm probably completely screwing up your name, I apologize. Is people donate, and then I say thank you, and then as a way of saying thank you, people can then put those donations towards showing interest in a particular run, a particular video game going forwards. So that's how that works. Like, for example, the people you see whose names are scrolling up here, these are the people who put their subs and their donations towards Super Mario World, for example. And that's why we're playing Super Mario World. Now, how many of you know about the pixel? Behold the pixel! Seriously, how many of you know about that one pixel? That one pixel, it's just there, and it's directly to the left of the W, if you don't know about it. And I've just ruined Super Mario World forever for you. Anyways, this game... So... Yep, childhood ruined. Once again, we have a demo. Good move. The demo showcases a whole lot of stuff. It shows the jumps. It shows Yoshi, which is very important. It shows how Yoshi can interact with stuff. In fact, to my knowledge, this level was actually designed with the demo in mind. It showcases how to pick up stuff. Notice how he's specifically running with it. Shows how to throw it, etc., etc., etc. This is a very short demo, but it's an extremely effective demo. And I don't know if it's full plus worthy, but it's something that should at least be noted, because remember, once again, they were trying, probably not DuckTaf, they were trying very hard to make sure that these games were as accessible as they could be. After all, the SNES was exploding in a big way, and while the NES had certainly done well, the SNES was, it's the FF7 they got it. They wanted to make sure that a whole lot of people were able to get into gaming. Not just people who had played video games before, not just people who played Mario games before, people who had never played video games at all. And that's, in many ways, what this game was designed for. It is interesting to think of in hindsight, because I have a feeling that a fairly large number of people's first Mario game was this one. Welcome, this is Dinosaur Land. In this strange land, we find that Princess Toadstool is missing again. It's like Bowser's at it again! And that's about all you get for story. There's like one other thing we'll talk about later. Oh, absolutely, Mr. Red. Now, continuing with the tutorialization, this is your first video game ever thing, right off of the bat, the game tutorializes its world map design. Now, we actually kind of talked about this a little bit back in Mario Bros. 3. Remember how in Mario Bros. 3, every world except for 8 had multiple branches and multiple paths you could go through? And so, they showed that by being like, okay, so there's this thing, and there's this thing, and then there's like this little side route with a little mushroom house. So it's like, In this case, what they do is they start you off here. You literally cannot have, like, if you hit A, what you do is you see this little thing. And you start here, so your first instinct is probably to jump. Hello, sorry, I'm not home, but I've gone to rescue my friends who were captured by Bowser. Yoshi! Oh yeah, speaking of which, come here, Yoshi. I don't know where I'm going to put you, but we're going to figure out something. Maybe like on the shoulder. Maybe on the head? I don't know, we'll do the head. There we go. There we go, okay. Yoshi! This actually... So now, it's like, okay, well, we literally have to go left or right. We cannot stay here. Going back in just goes back into here. I've actually watched children, like young children, do what I'm doing here right now multiple times, like trying to figure out what to do. And then piecing together between the arrow behind it and the fact there's nothing here, they have to go left or right. I hate to keep bashing this point in, but again, this is for people who've never played a video game before. And it's tutorializing not with a pop-up menu, not with a freaking, HUD or someone who says, hey, did you know? No, it's just you have to go left or right. It's just the nature of how the level is laid out. So we're gonna go left, of course. I've been watching my niece for, 9 years now. And, But it's interesting and fascinating to see how she has been learning how to play video games. I know, I'm a little bit of a video game guy, and that's kind of my thing, but it is still very fascinating to actually watch and keep track of, because she just kind of slowly starts to learn certain concepts and elements, and a lot of it is because of good game design. You know, because of the little tiny things that most people don't even think about that I'm talking about to you. Sorry, I should probably be analyzing these levels a little bit more. You'll notice that this is, again, pretty much in every way a tutorial level. There's no platforming difficulties. There's enemies on flat terrains, which are very easy to jump over. This is, hey, this is a video game, the level. It also makes it almost impossible, thanks to the nature of this, to miss that mushroom right there. You're almost guaranteed to walk by that, because there's nothing that makes Yoshi fall off of you. Yoshi. There's nothing to try and encourage you to jump there, so you're more likely to not jump, which means you're likely to run over it, which means you're likely to get the second power-up. Either you need it because you've gotten hit, or it goes up to the upper area. And now we have this concept. One of the things that Mario World added, which I think was actually a pretty cool idea when it comes to iterating, I should say, on Super Mario Bros. 3, was that backup power-up. The fact that you could keep one in stock. Now, this is a direct iteration. I should probably pause because my timer's running out. This is a direct iteration and very much on purpose. What's happening here is, again, originally there was supposed to be the mushroom houses. They were the game was designed with the mushroom houses in mind, and to put them on the overworld map, you know? And by the way, yes, there was more story in the GBA port. Sorry, I didn't acknowledge that earlier. So they wanted you to have the inventory, but they wanted to do something different with it, because that's what Miyamoto's all about, is trying to do something different with it. So rather than have the full inventory of Mario Bros. 3, you were supposed to have just that inventory, but you could still go to the mushroom house and still get the power-up. If you're paying attention, yes, this is pretty much exactly what the new series does, especially New Super Mario Bros. U, which does exactly what I'm talking about. So, what the heck is that? Ah! A little sound effect. We do actually have tutorial boxes. You can hold an extra item in the box at the top and get it. Press select, and of course then you press select, and there you go. So there are actual tutorial boxes in addition to wonderful, wonderful tutorialization. By the way, if any game is going to get a tutorialization plus, or 2, or 3, it is this one. This is one of the best tutorialized games in gaming. Yoshi, what are you doing? Hang on. Can I fit you in the chair? Is that a thing I can do? Like a hole here for some reason. You gonna fit there? Okay, we're cool, we're cool. You can't even tell he's there. Like, you can't even tell. Yes, this is the first appearance of Yoshi, unless you count the 1984 game I showed off earlier. To pick up a shell, use the extra Y button. To throw it, look up and let go of the button. Stuff like that. Yeah, there's just tutorial boxes plus tutorialization. But you notice how, once again, this level is still just straight, flat platforming. I mean, I'd have to be some kind of idiot to actually die on this stage. In all seriousness, though. We're gonna do that. I mean, again, it's not just a launch title. Remember that I know it's kind of hard to understand for modern gamers, but try to remember that there was a time when gaming wasn't really that big of a thing, when these concepts that we nowadays consider to be so normal that we don't even think about them, were not particularly well known. All of those concepts had to be explained to an audience who'd never really grown up with that stuff. It could be very much argued that the reason those things are so normalized nowadays is because of the design and effort that was put into these games to make them so normalized. We talk a lot about... Hang on. Yes! Sorry. That's a one-frame trick. Yump! We talk a lot about game design. We talk about a lot about tutorialization. We talk about a lot about this stuff. Mario World is not a particularly hard game, except if you want it to be, which is one of those really funny, interesting things. Because how many of you have beaten Super Mario World small? Now, I kind of have, so I'm going to, like, half raise my hand on that one, because I did start doing that as a challenge run. It's actually very fun. I highly recommend it. I just never actually finished it, because time... But yeah, beating Mario World entirely as small, which is mostly possible. There's a couple things you can't do, so you need either Yoshi or need to switch it a little bit. But yeah, doing it just as small Mario. No mushrooms, no fire flower, and of course, most importantly, no cape. Because the cape is why people think this game is so easy. Now, they're kind of wrong. No, I mean that, because the cape obviously requires skill and effort to use, and something that requires skill and effort to use that makes something easy that doesn't make it easy, does it? That's like saying, oh, that's an easy challenge. All you have to do is perfectly drive around the corner at 15 miles an hour without hesitating for a second. That's like, what? That's not... What? So, allow me to go ahead and put forth my opinion. This game is not easy. It can be made easy with skill and attention to detail, and there is a caveat to this, which I'll talk about later. But I don't consider this to be an easy game. I'm probably going to absolutely bulldoze it, because it's me, but... I will be making an effort to not use the cape overly much. For two reasons. One, because Yoshi! Yoshi! Thank you for rescuing me. My name is Yoshi. On my way to rescue my friends, Bowser trapped me in that egg. No, I mean, it's a game you have to learn, Hasnus. I'm not even going to use the word easy because I don't think it actually fits at all. You want an easy game? I can talk about an easy... Oh yeah, by the way, this is the origination of the concept of Yoshi drums. If you ever wonder why we call it Yoshi drums, this is why. I wish I'd come up with the term myself, but I didn't. Now, the distinction here... The distinction between Yoshi drums and dynamic music is that dynamic music is how the music changes to a new track or changes to something different based on an event, right? So like in what was it, Gen 5, I think? In one of the Pokemon games, you get this danger music when you're low on health, and it actually switches to a new song because you're low on health. Or, now, of course, I can't think of any other example. Doom did stuff like that too, where it just kind of shifted the songs based... Yeah, when you get into combat. Yeah, when you get into combat, the song ramps up into a different song. That's dynamic music. Yoshi drums is specifically the concept where there's one song playing, and extra layers of the song are either muted or playing based on what you're doing. Probably the example of this is actually Toad Town in Paper Mario 1. Now, most of you probably haven't played that game, because why would we want to port an awesome game to the future? That's ridiculous, Nintendo. But in Toad Town, there is one song that plays for Toad Town, but there's like 6 or 7 variations on it, and which Yoshi drum is playing depends on where you are, and it kind of just smoothly transitions between which aspect of it is playing, which track is playing, depending on where you're going through it. Anyways, so moving on. So we should probably talk about the level we're going through. It's so hard. God, it's so hard to do this. So let's go all the way back. In fact, let's actually do this. Let's go kill ourselves. Let's commit suicide. Time to die. There's no bottomless pits. Not there yet. No, kill me! Kill me! Yeah, it takes effort. Okay, so. Oh, hey, right, we got the mid-mission checkpoint. Let's just rewind a little bit here. So, we've had the tutorial level. Well, now we're going to go ahead and have another tutorial level. So first thing we have is something we're likely to run into. And that's how we tutorialize the one-up mechanic, just right there, bam. If we went left first, we know how those work. If we didn't, well, it's okay. There's just the weird outline spot there where it should be. we're likely to jump into the question blocks in general because of what just happened. So, oh yeah, by the way, I should probably point out that these are very specifically positioned because it's very likely you're going to try to make that jump, even if you're just playing normally, especially for the first time. Same thing that in Mario 1. So then we now know how the blocks work, so we jump into the blocks, and then we get a Yoshi. We're like, what the heck is this? Remember, on the title screen, it actually showed us how to jump onto a Yoshi. So we jump onto a Yoshi, and then we get a tutorial, just in case we actually needed it. You can eat all the stuff. And yeah, we have all these guys lined up so that we can immediately figure out how the eat mechanic works, and then we fight that, who cannot be eaten. Trying to show off the idea that not everything can be eaten. It's also likely that this will happen, which will then tutorialize that. And I actually did that in the wrong direction. But what happens is Yoshi will go, ah, and run here into an area where he can actually turn around and you'll actually be able to get him. In fact, this is specifically designed so you are likely to be rushing after Yoshi, running after him, and in the off chance you didn't know how the mid-mission checkpoint works, you run right through it trying to catch up to Yoshi. Again, think about all of this is just Mario 3 again, so I hate to overpraise this, but you do see how all of the elements of this were very carefully thought of. Okay, so how do we make sure the player knows how this works? Okay, we'll do this. How do we make sure the player knows that this works? Okay, we'll do this, and so forth and so on. As with Mario 3, thought and effort was put into virtually every square inch of this entire game in order to make sure they know what to happen. Oh, hey, there's a thing. Well, oh, I can't seem to go up it. That's strange. How do I do it? Now, I'll admit, as a kid, it actually took me a while to figure out how to jump off Yoshi. Because I generally don't use the A button. What I definitely don't know is Nemesis. Nemesis is, in fact, my nemesis. It's something we've been trying to keep quiet about because, you know, I don't want to brag too much about having my own nemesis, but, you know. And you actually get a power-up if you successfully get this. By the way, notice how Yoshi also serves as another HP bar. Just like in Mario Bros. 3, we have additional HP by virtue of the fact that we have Yoshi here. Different expression, same concept. Unfortunately, Nemesis, I cannot put that to Mario Sunshine, but I am still thankful for the sub very much, as always. If you want to put it towards something else, please let me know. Halo Wars 2, that I can do. Now, the intro for Mario World goes until we defeat our first fortress. We haven't finished covering the intro yet. Now we're going to introduce the ability to die. I know that sounds like a weird statement, but up until now, death was actually kind of unlikely unless you're very new at games, which is, of course, very possible. The big coins are Dragoon coins, Dragon coins. If you pick up 5 of these in one area, you get an extra Mario. Notice that just like Mario 3, this game does the same general concept of trying to throw power-ups and lives at you. Once again, putting those tools into your hand to decide exactly how difficult the game is. We will not be cheating in Mario World because we do not need to. Now, I've never heard of that game, Azraphale, but am I saying your name even close to right, by the way? But if you give me a moment, is there anything you want to put as like a backup option? Because I'll look that up later. So, still getting us used to the Yoshi thing. You notice almost every stage on Yoshi's Island gives us a Yoshi. Yeah, but FF3 was Gingaban. Beyond Oasis. Still don't know what that is. Now, this is why I very much hesitate to call this game easy or hard. Because I think that's kind of an inaccurate portrayal, to be completely honest. This game is however difficult you make it. The tools are pretty much entirely in your hands for how much of a time you're going to have in this game. There's a tutorialization on jumping on someone in the offcats you need to, which of course we don't. Also getting used to these things. So let's go ahead and talk about jump arcs. One of the things that we know... oh, got it. Do you prefer fail? Ezra fail? I mean, I can make this work. I don't know. We got this. We got this. One of the things that most people who play video games in general, who have played this game in general, know without even thinking about it is the nature of jump arcs. So let's actually rewind a little bit here. To here. So, let's go ahead and do this, and get rid of that. Alright, so, our jump arc is actually going to be different whether or not we're going up or down. I know again, I know this sounds like a duh, but notice how they go out of their way to try and tutorialize this in this level, because that's how this works. So we've got an up, right? So our jump arc, the mathematical difficulty of jumping up is more difficult than the mathematical difficulty of jumping down, usually speaking. So doing that, the total X distance we can cover, the total Y distance we have to cover, changes the nature of this arc and exactly how we're going to be doing it, based entirely on whether or not it's up or down. So we have an up, and then we have one that can be up or at. Then we have another up or at, and then we go into another down, like this. There. So we missed that one. That's okay. We have that back up there. I'm kind of showing off, because you see how, once again, we have this thing. Now, so whether or not... So one of the things Mario in general does is your jump arc is changed based on how long you've been running. So if you don't understand what I mean by that, the people have done extensive amounts of research onto how many frames, or how many blocks actually, you need to be running in order to be able to gain a certain amount of distance. And there's about 5-ish variables. There's an asterisk there, I know, just I don't want to get into the really, really nitty-gritty. There's about 5-ish variables of how far your jump is and how high your jump is. But the big important takeaway here is the more room we have, the easier it is. So we're going to go ahead and probably run out the timer here, but that's okay, because I just want to show this off. And I really want to gush about the level design of this game, so, you know, whatever. So, this is a huge run-up area. We have tons of time to be able to rush up here. And then we have this stretch, 5 full blocks. Lots of run-up time to be able to jump up here. No issues. Then we have 4 blocks, okay? But then we go back to 5, but it's moving. Then we go down to 4, and then down to 4 again. But the next jump is a down jump, which, remember, is much easier to be able to accomplish. Then we have variable blocks, either 1 or 5. So this either rewards patience, or timing, or it encourages us to be able to do these jumps with only a single space in order to be able to move. So what I'm trying to explain is some really, really, really basic level design, but what I'm trying to explain is the concept of escalation. This is escalation in action. This is the very nature of such a design concept. We have like 20 billion blocks, 5 blocks, 4 blocks, 5 blocks, but moving, 4 blocks but static, and then down to 4 blocks, and then we have variable blocks. And all of this is what Mario World does in effectively every single stage of the entire game. And we'll be showcasing this as we go through, but I mean that when I say that. Virtually every stage in this entire game follows this pattern. Establish, escalate. Notice how it ends on kind of a easier bit of a arc, because we're jumping down, but it's also moving forward faster, and we might be running out of time by that point. No, Valvedrix. I'll show off my TAS of it. How's that sound? Oh yeah, by the way, we'll be trying to do what is effectively a 96 exit run, but I don't promise that. But as usual for any review, we are trying to show off at least 90% of the content, so... Alright, we've shown up a whole lot of stuff, gained a whole lot of concepts. Let's introduce concepts such as water physics. So the water is actually pushing us here, if it's not obvious. So we get a literal dipping our toe into the concept of water physics by virtue of that. Notice how we have no real obstacles. There's no actual obstacles in order to get on our way until we get to a certain point. So we have plenty of time to get used to the water, get used to the current, and get used to getting out of it before they start throwing spikes at us. Again, establish, escalate. This, of course, was something that was established in an earlier section, so we know how to do this now. Which brings that guy down. Now we can do things like this. Whee! We can go up here, good dance. You can't see us, of course, but we're dancing. Lots of dancing going on. Escalation again, multiple spikes, and just like Mario Bros. 3, because this was effectively designed as Mario Bros. 3, very short levels all told. One of the levels is literally 5 seconds long. We'll get there eventually. You get bonus stars if you cut the tape at the end of each area, and if you collect 100, you can play a game. Now, they explain this, but they don't have to, because anybody looking at that, there's a very common human psychology nature. If you have something static and then something dynamic, the eye is automatically attached to the dynamic. People will automatically aim for the dynamic without even really meaning to, without even thinking about it. Of course they're going to aim for the tape. They don't know what it is or why it is, but that's what they're going for. Some video games play with that, and they try to make you aim for something that'll actually punish you. That's usually the purview of punishing platformers. And Iggy's Castle. Now, we're going to go ahead and just do something super quick, just because I want to show it off. This won't take me long. Just do that. Wrong one. He is actually named after Iggy Pop. Whoops. Yoshi, of course, can't go into these. So, I just wanted to show that off, because the game goes out of its way to make Yoshi interesting and useful, and then specifically removes Yoshi from these stages. Now, you might be wondering, why? That's kind of a strange statement. Well, there's actually two big reasons. One is the obvious. One of the most common ways to try and challenge a player is to have tools and then remove one of them. But the other reason, and the more important reason, is they wanted to really play with what they could do with these stages. And you'll notice that most of the stages, the castle stages, involve some kind of mechanic that's pushing the hardware in a different direction. Mostly just because they're trying, right? Mostly because they're just trying to expand what they could do with the SNES. In this case, it's this, which is a mechanic that shows up exactly one other time in the entire game. Because again, the only purpose behind this, the only thing here, is they just wanted to show off what they could do with the SNES. And we'll be pointing out several of these as we go, but like the caterpillar blocks that we'll be seeing later is another example of that. Now, thank you, Monobrent, very much. I do always appreciate that sub. However, I feel like Subnautica's already funded. We check the website. Yep, Subnautica is, in fact, already funded. So if you want to put that towards something else, Monobrent, you absolutely can. Did you know I have a website, Monobrent? Website. If some of you wonder why I keep plugging the website constantly, stuff like that is why. Metroid blog I can do. You got it. And thank you again, Monobrent. And thank you. You never tell me, do you want fail or fillet? Because I'm fine with either. Either way, thank you very much, Azura, for the bits. Always. I'll put that towards Story of Thor, assuming we can get that running. Okay. No promises, because that's not how that works. Okay, so yeah, we have this climbing ability. And on the off chance you don't figure it out, press up while jumping and you can climb to the fence. To go to the door, press up also. Boop. Okay, we'll do Azura fail then. Boop. This is also how you farm lives. Now, there are several things that this game likes to do with regards to its challenges. Most of them have to do with iterations of a concept, a theme. We've talked about themes before when it comes to level design. This is, if it's not obvious, enemies. The whole theme of this stage is there's just enemies all over the place, right? But the thing is, the game puts all of the impetus on dodging those enemies entirely on you. You have effectively total control of your movement. So the enemies aren't really going to be able to do a whole lot to you here. Oh yeah, by the way, really quick aside. Koji Kondo, who of course did the music for this, I mean, duh, right? He expressed being really worried about the music of this game because he thought players wouldn't accept anything other than sine wave, aka 8-bit music. I just thought I'd share that little tidbit. One of your Yoshi's friends is trapped in the castle by Iggy Koopa. To defeat him, push him into the lava pool. But first... Oh no! Ugh. Now notice if you run to the side, it is actually possible to dodge. I'm actually a little surprised. Oh yeah, you can crouch. Well, not small, check it out. Someone earlier mentioned that. But notice how the game makes it really likely you're not actually going to get crushed by that first crusher. I know, right, Jiron Dauphine? I mean, the man is a literal, just mathematical genius. The stuff he's done with music is insane. So, I will admit one thing with regards to difficulty. The bosses in Mario World are not hard. Again, the reason why is because they were specifically trying to stretch out and do as much as they could with the physics. So we had, like, the dynamic morphing of the Mode 7 kind of a thing was an attempt to try and, play with the physics of the game. And then we'd blow up the castle, and we see a terrible thing. Mario's defeated the demented Iggy Koopa in Castle Number 1 and rescued Yoshi's friend, who is still trapped in an egg. Together they now travel to Donut Land. No, Lunarith. It is still on the list, of course, but we haven't actually played it yet. The most bonkers thing I've seen in music? The song for Bob-omb Battlefield. I know that sounds like a strange thing, but that is a mathematically perfect song, and I'm not joking about that. There's other cool stuff, but... So, that was the intro. I think it would be, It would be remiss of me to not fling positives at that intro. The thing is, I think I'm only going to give a single positive for the intro, because I don't think it's that strong of an intro, so much as it's a really strong tutorialization. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to give 4 positives. 3 tutorialization, 1 for the intro. And, well, that's just going to be kind of this game in a nutshell, by the way. We're not actually going to give any visual storytelling positives until later, and there's a specific reason for that. Now we switch to Donut Land. So we are officially out of the intro. We're officially trying out new stuff. We're officially hitting the wrong button. We're officially getting a backup save just in case. First stage is pretty different, because the first thing we have happen is that. We really wanted you to get this. And they actually have an enemy whose only job is to show off how to use it. They run, they jump, they take off. The irony is, of course, that doesn't work for us at all, because this is how this works for us. This is the Cape. The legendary, the infamous, the extremely breakable. I'm gonna go ahead and admit something. I, don't know how to use the Cape. Now you're probably thinking, what? Lore, you're dumb and stupid and terrible. I mean, yes, obviously I am dumb, stupid, and terrible. What I mean by that is you can fly infinitely with the Cape. In fact, you can gain height with the Cape. You can also use the Cape while carrying stuff. You can use the Cape while attacking. You can just do all sorts of stuff. I can't do any of that. I have never been able to. I will admit I've also never tried. I could probably figure it out if I actually wanted to. But this is how the Cape works. You can also just pop out of it like that and stop at any point in time. Yeah, there's literally an entire genre of a specific genre of hard mode ROM hacks designed around just the Cape. It also gives us, just like the tail, a short-range little melee attack we can use like that. This entire stage is built around, this is the Cape. Use it, please. Notice how there's a large number of obstacles on the ground. It's all dodgeable stuff, of course, but there's just lots and lots of enemies and projectiles. And here, I'll show off this. We've got another projectile throw. Just stuff all over the place, trying to encourage us to go up. So you can kind of fly with Yoshi. You can't do this with Yoshi. You can go up and then slow down. Now, there's one minor thing that makes the cape superior to the tail. You're probably thinking, oh, what would that be? Well, here, let me show it off really quick. In Mario Bros. 3, how do you slow your descent? You mash the button. In Mario World, how do you slow the descent? By holding the button. I know that seems like a minor thing, but it's interesting because in more modern times, and by more modern times I mean literally within the last, like, 5 years, slowly game developers started realizing that button mashing is actually kind of bad for both the controller and the wrist and the hands and the fingers. And so they've very slowly started adding options to avoid button mashing. Mario World in 1990 offered this to be able to just kind of slowly descend. I don't even think they did it on purpose. I'm not sure. It's just interesting to know. So, first auto-scroller. Notice how, once again, they're using the concepts of elevation in order to try and make what are, let's be honest with ourselves, simple jumps more interesting than just going forwards. We also have things like this, where the enemy is pretty much designed to be able to bounce back, and we have to deal with it, unless we have Yoshi, of course. But you'll also notice, if you're really paying attention, World 1 didn't really have multiple exits. I like this song, too. Speaking of which, as usual, feel free to shout out when you hear your favorite song. I will shout out when I hear mine, as I often do, but please feel free to shout out when you hear yours. And Yoshi was never found again. Oh, hey, this pipe's different. Yeah, nothing to it, though, I guess. Oh, well. I figured maybe it was something cool. So, just gonna do this. Oh, I just screwed that up. Sometimes I can make this happen. There's obviously intended ways to do this. There we go. But, so let's actually show off the intended route now. Okay, so that's not the intended route. That's funny. Were you not here at the beginning, Ginga Man? Just curious. Now, this isn't super well tutorialized. In the stage, this is something that Mario World does a lot of. Most games that do the kind of excellent tutorialization that Mario World showcases. By the way, look, the water's moving in the background to Koida. Holy crap. Still predating Final Fantasy doing that. Anyways, the game does tutorialization per world. Now, this is kind of weird, but to explain this more properly, they don't design levels to be isolated for the most part in Mario World. They design levels to be part of a theme that the whole world has, or at least a bundle of levels has. And so multiple stages in combination get across ideas, rather than a single stage getting across an idea. Now, I'm not saying that's correct or incorrect, it's just kind of an interesting approach to do it. So I just need that one up there. Nobody needs that one up there. We're just gonna go over here. Kill those guys because we're vicious, bloodthirsty Koopa killers. This will be what all runs are, Ginga Man, which is a 90% run. The goal is always to do as much content as possible because this is a review. Ah! So if you're wondering what the yump was earlier, you have one frame to jump off of the thing before it takes off. It doesn't do anything, it's purely cosmetic. It doesn't save or lose time. It's called a yump. I'm always happy when I manage a yump. So, I need to show something off really quick. I'm kind of not doing my due diligence here. Notice how all of those dots are yellow? But those dots are red. And that dot, we can clearly see it has multiple exits, because we got the one exit and there's the upper one. Now again, this isn't super well tutorialized, but we see that there's multiple paths, and there's like implications of paths based on the layout of the donut blades. Because a red level means it has multiple exits. Yeah, might as well. Well, no, I do need it for this. Yeah, Mario World is very well tutorialized, but it's not hand-holdy, which I'm actually in favor of. I admit, as a kid, I noticed the red-yellow thing immediately. And what I ended up doing was went back into this red state. It's like, what's making it red? And I didn't see anything different. I was just confused, because obviously I hadn't gotten the green thing yet. And you're thinking, what green thing? Well, the green pallets we just got. Because, hey! So, you could see the path. You're intended to do this level, then that level. Those pipes are weird, and if you happen to go through the pipes, you get to the green switch palace. We know what switch palaces are because the first one is really hard to miss. You can literally see it right there. That's why it's there, by the way. They literally put... So if you're wondering... Here, check this out, check this out. The yellow switch palace isn't on this map. It's on this map. And the reason it's on this map is so that when we're doing this, we're thinking about it. It's there, it's visual, so we've got kind of a... It's at least there in the background of our minds, right? Then we see those pipes. We may or may not be able to try and jump up into them. We go over here, get the next switch palace, and now with two, we've officially established a pattern. We know to be looking for these things, and we know about the concept of multiple exits, because if we go back here, we're almost guaranteed... You saw how that worked, right? Like, it was just a thing, and there's a giant wall of the green blocks. We're almost guaranteed to actually be able to go up and get the secret exit. So this is technically our actual tutorialization to secret exits. And again, you see why I mean the whole world tutorializes this concept. So now, we have multiple options. God, I love this game. I'm sorry. I hate to gush. That's not true. I love to gush. I love to gush. But I feel embarrassed when I gush. I guess that's a more accurate statement. I love the design on display. I just... Oh! Yeah, this is a good one, NG. As with every Mario game, the fire flower is overpowered underwater. Notice that this is, of course, pretty much just right down to the usual, aka... This is what swimming is. The entire purpose of this stage is to get across the idea of, this is swimming. Notice how they have multiple power-ups to give us multiple options, because even if we walk in here small, we still have the option to get that. And we now know how the swimming mechanic works. So, to explain that a little bit. Swimming in this game has two modes. One is this one, which you're used to if you played any previous Mario game. The other is this. Now, I'm not hitting any jump buttons. It's just taking me up like this. That's all it's doing. In fact, if I leave it up, it'll keep taking me up, so I have to actually swim down in order to combat it. But it means I can move much more fast. Means I can move much more English. Oh, hey, what's this? Hang on, I'm gonna just be a little cautious. There we go. Notice they even give us enemies specifically designed to not be an issue until they are. So, hang on. Speaking of which, well, the backgrounds in this game are not phenomenal. I do like what they've done with geometric shapes, both in this and in the overworld stages. Like, if nothing else, It's a very small increase in my overall enjoyment. I don't know if it even deserves a positive, but I do like the fact that there's something here other than just blue. Or in previous games, it would be just black. Actually, I'm going to deliberately die because I want to show off something. I really should be doing my due diligence. I should be taking my time. There's so much to show off here. And we're almost up to infinite lives. So, first thing we have, just hanging out. There's a sleeping fish. He's not doing anything. Oh my god, he's up and he's attacking us! So, we now know how that enemy works. Cool. So then we have static enemies, and notice they're different colors and different shapes and everything. So we've got the enemy that's moving on a track, and the enemy that's just moving left. And we now know, based on visual distinction, which one's which. Okay, so we have 3 enemies tutorialized very quickly. And there's another sleeping fish. A little closer, but still easy to get around. Oh, there's another one up there, and there's a moving one and a going back and forth one right next to each other. Okay, no problem, Got a little bit of escalation going on here. No issues, no issues. Then we have this one. Alright, now we have to actually think about this, because as I demonstrated earlier, you effectively can't go past him without waking him up and getting hit. So now we have the idea of trying to get them to home in on us, in the off chance you didn't notice that earlier. Then we go back to a bit of a breather section, before we put one right next to a power-up, which we're probably inclined to actually want to get. And, as you can see, you can actually hit them by hitting a block, because that kind of collision works even underwater. And then we'll just use this to go through the rest of the stage, but you get the ideas. Might get hit again, because I'm terrible. I don't actually know how to play video games. I just make it up as I go. Really. We're gonna go for it. We're gonna go for it. Ugh! We shouldn't have gone for it, but that's okay. So, again, this section right here that I already described tutorializes how multiple routes work, and we notice how it's opened up. Now we know red things are multiple routes, we know to look for multiple routes, and now we start to see just how brilliant, I'm sorry, brilliant the overworld design is, because there are in total so many different possible routes through this game, depending on which exits you go for and which stages you go for. Obviously, we're going to try to do all of them, because, duh, review. But you get the point. We literally have 2 methods to get up to this stage now, if we want to. We have this stage, which we couldn't even got to, which could actually get us straight to the end and skip, let's see, 1, 2, 3. We could skip 3 stages going that way. But we're going to go ahead and be thorough, as previously indicated. Oh yeah, by the way, the squiggity technically is here in this game, but it's so minor as to be effectively non-existent. Unlike most Mario games, there is very, very, very little squiggity in Mario World. Well, of course, Alok. Had to show that off at least once. Bye, Buzzy Beetle. Enjoy your existential hell. You know, the controls are much tighter in this one. It's something I like about several Mario games, and one of the reasons why Mario World stands out for me. Oh yeah, by the way, hey look, a green block. Green blocks become feathers. I love the little animation there on the cape. I'm with Linear. If I could just wear a cape and slow down my fall, that'd be awesome. There's not a lot of, like, everyday use for that. It would just be cool. We can save, like, actually save. It saves our lives, our current status, our power-ups. I actually don't remember if it saves our points. Yeah, no kidding. Squiggity! Squiggity is the concept of when you stop moving, a form of momentum keeps you moving. It's so named because it goes squiggity. You see that kind of little dust cloud that pops up when I do it? That's kind of the Mario World indicator of the same concept. I forget which game started that voice, that sound effect. Yeah, I'm sure the battery in my card is long gone at this point. Hello. So this is one of our types of mini-games. So I screwed up the timing, but if you jump consistently, they will all be the same things. Every match is a what-up. So now we have two methods to get up here. Now, ghost houses tend to have multiple exits because they're ghost houses. But of course, this was the introduction of the concept. This is something that was introduced to the Mario franchise that I absolutely love. I mean, I know that we've been talking about a lot of things like that as we've been going through here. You know, a lot of firsts. This is one of my favorite inclusions into Mario as a concept. Ghost houses are, by their very nature, supposed to be trickier. They have more clever mechanics, or more clever level design, or they're just more difficult, or more interesting, or more fun. And this trend continues all the way into the modern era. Yes, Jesse Ward. The very concept of the ghost houses eventually led to, what if we make an entire game set in one of these ghost houses? And that just kind of snowballed into Luigi's Mansion. So, hey, what's this? It's a top secret area. This is the refill spot. Do you want flowers? We got flowers. Do we have feathers? We got feathers. You know, Luigi, or Yoshi? Yoshi. We got Yoshi. And, oh, by the way, if you already have a Yoshi, we've already actually shown this off, but it becomes a 1-up. So yeah, it's just a refill spot. I don't intend to go back there, unless I need to specifically show something off, but if you ever need a flower or you need a cape, you can just go there and get one. So that was one exit to this place. What else we got? So notice how the boos are kind of an environmental threat here, unlike the previous boos. These act like normal boos. But on the off chance you're playing this game for the first time and didn't play Mario Bros. 3, well, those first boos are probably going to be like, ah! And honestly, they're probably going to kill you. There's just not a lot about that. But that's the whole point. So how many of you, it took you a while to figure out you could actually control this? I will admit, a friend of mine had to point that out to me. I did not figure it out at all. You'll notice how, the only reason I even point that out, though, you'll notice how, once again, it's them just trying stuff. Just trying to code different concepts and different ideas into the game, because why not? They also like to play with your perception in this. The two rooms we were just in are two completely separate rooms that look very similar to each other, but there are a couple of distinctions which allow you to be like, oh yeah, it's a different room, leading to a different exit. Real talk, back when I was playing this, back in the day for the first time, that exit right there is one of the ones that took me the longest time to figure out. So hang on, let's backtrack a little bit, because we need to go do the other ghost house. Oh yeah, by the way, once again, no Yoshi, so they could play with concepts. And then we have Boo rings. These are actually in Mario Maker. Boo rings are exactly what they sound like. I'm amused by that because I would have been perfectly safe if I didn't jump. Sorry, so there's the intro that I've been accidentally skipping. It's really habit to skip those because this game has skippable cutscenes. But, let me show that off once. Hey! So, this is the inclusion of Big Boo, which would eventually lead to the inclusion of the concept of King Boo. Now, one thing I want to point out, the Boo's movement is a little bit different than it was in Mario 3. Only a little bit. Mostly because they hover up and down a little bit differently than they did back in 3. Okay, so we've got some coins over there. Okay, and then we got a door here. We've got a thing here that says, there are 5 entrances to the Star World in Dinosaur Land. Find them all, and you can travel between many different places. There's a door. What's this do? Oh, cool, we can go to this door. Let's go to this door. Okay, well now we're back here. Well, what's this door go to? Oh, this just leads us back here. Okay. Well, whoop, that's on me. Oh yeah, notice we don't do the back to the previously completed stage that we did in Mario 3. There's no real significance behind that other than the fact that it reduces some of the delay time in restarting a stage, which is one of those seemingly minor changes that nevertheless actually makes the game a lot smoother to play. Anybody who's played Mario 3 knows that there are certain worlds where the go back to the previous stage you completed thing can take a minute. You know, and by a minute I mean several seconds, but it adds up, right? Okay, so we've tried this door. Well, we saw another door there, right? So let's get that exposed. And then let's go ahead and try that one. Let's accidentally pick up the P block. Very important. An exit. Woo! But hang on a sec. I feel like there's something else we could do there. Because they talk about it like a star road or something, and I didn't see any stars. Now, whether this is good or bad design is of course up to you. I don't mind this. I don't think it is plus worthy. I think it's just an aspect of how the game was designed. But again, the Boo levels don't really hold your hand all that much. You just kind of have to know what you're doing or play around with it and experiment with it. So, make of this what you will, but the actual exit we want is right there. Oh god, it's a boss fight! A boost fight? Kaizo levels have done some interesting things with that boss encounter. This is interesting. I wonder what this is. Ah! Oh god! Oh god! Oh god, I'm out of control. I'm totally not just trying to get all the blocks, which is actually a lot harder to do than it sounds. No! No! I failed! I failed. I'm terrible. Ah! Oh well. So, okay, let's go ahead and show this off properly. Let's go to the left. No! It's right there! Oh well. We didn't need that feather anyways. We don't want to break the physics of this game. I mean, we do, but yeah. So the star levels are mostly just them playing around with concepts. They're not hard, with one exception, I would say. There's one stage here I would consider actually difficult. But for the most part, it's just fun. It's just, hey, here's something to play around with. Especially since the whole point of the star levels is literally fun. There's no actual thing we just did. I mean, granted, we got an exit for doing the completion, but that's it. So notice how we got nothing for actually accomplishing that. Now, the level's red, and we know what red levels mean. So let's try going down the right side this time, see if we can find anything else. Oh, hello. And this is how we advance through the Star Road. Notice how each of these has a different... Well, most of these have a different Yoshi as well. I used to redo this level over and over and over because blue Yoshis are overpowered. Blue Yoshis have the power of flight. Now, this is a little off-tempo because we're here a little earlier than we should be, but notice how the escalation... The Star World is designed with the same mentality as World 8, aka... Or, sorry, World 7. AKA, this is supposed to be actually hard at this point. So they do things like that, where they just throw tons of enemies at you, which can home in on you, while dodging other enemies, while avoiding the enemies that are homing in on you. This isn't super hard, it's just, I'm pointing out that this doesn't really fit the theme overall of what we've been doing so far. We will, of course, be getting both exits, because duh. Yeah, there's also levels that can you're right, there's levels that can convert a Yoshi into a blue. I usually just went back here and got this. Oh, that was easy. Oh, cool. Alright, let's go ahead and grab that, and we're done! But we already know how this pattern works. Easy this time, because I just want to get through this. So I already kind of shut it off. This is what I mean by enemy as a theme, by the way. You notice how this is just a completely featureless devoid? There's nothing here. It's just one big empty block, except for the fact that the enemies themselves are the terrain, the stuff we're trying to avoid, dodge, and otherwise deal with. Well, I agree. The Star World's difficulty curve is all over the place, and it should be. That's okay. It's the Star World. I mean, some of the star levels are, well, I'll show them off in a minute here. Now, even as a kid, I noticed this little path under here. It's like, oh. And since we already know what we're doing in order to even reach this point, and time! Fastest level in the game. Well, the point of this one is to make you think. Okay, so we've got a Lakitu, we've got a P-block, which turns his things into coins, and we've got a platforms that'll go away if we step on them. Let's see what happens. Okay, we did that, so that didn't do anything. Let's see here. What else we got? Is there anything up? Okay, actually, let's scroll. That's funny. Well, I think I can make that. No, I cannot make that jump. Well, maybe. There we go. Remember, these levels are supposed to try and mess with you, right? They're supposed... Or not mess... Sorry, they're supposed to get you to think. They're supposed to be like... And the whole point of that stage is... That can't be the exit. And it isn't. It's just one of the exits, so... And then you're supposed to think about it. And of course, there is a ladder thing escalating up, so we can kind of see that that's the direction they want us to go in. I believe so. I don't actually remember if there was another one that did that before that. So this is probably the first actual stage of the Star World. And it can be kind of a mean one here. But you'll notice how they go out of the way to give us multiple blue Koopas. So let's just do that really quick. The significance of that is blue Koopas allow your Yoshi to do this. Now, I'm doing this the first time because I want to get the first run through over with. And there is an indicator for when he's about to do it, like that. You can actually see Yoshi start to eat the shell because he only holds onto it for so long. Once he swallows it, light gone. But hey, there's another one, which we're gonna hit. Screw that guy. By the way, notice the escalation theme again. Triple platforms, possibility for recovery. Single platform, no possibility of recovery. They'll do that later, too. I do know that the Secret World has a Omni Shell. It's right at the very beginning. I disagree with that, but whatever. So, now we're going to the actual exit. Might use a blue shell again, I'm not sure. This one's a little bit more difficult to get to. I would have been 9, I think, at this point in time. Something like that. Let's go and refill here. Or not. Let's die here. That's actually... I was thinking, you know... I have too many lives right now. Let's go ahead and kill ourselves. Let's commit suicide. We gotta satisfy the YouTube overlords. This is probably the trickiest of the secret exits. It's either this or the next one. I actually forget which is which. But I remember being stuck on one of these for quite a while. Whoop, 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 whoop. Yeah, it's this one. But if you have all of the switches before you do here, you can just walk over there. It's really easy. If you don't, well, you gotta do some other stuff. Actually, let's just do this way. 1990 November in Japan, 1991 in August in the States. I was actually going to say earlier, if you're ever going to see me die in this game, it's probably going to be on the Star Worlds. Or the Special Worlds. What's funny is, of course, each time we're just getting a life back for the life we lost. So, shrug. There you go. April of 92 for PAL region. Interesting. What? Okay. Apparently I just suck today. That's pretty normal. Actually, I didn't need to do that. Hang on. I mean, we have to do this at some point, so we might as well do this now. Just apparently cannot seem to get past that one stupid section. Staying on brand as usual. Dying to the easy stuff. This is not a difficult trick, what I'm doing right now. Just keep failing at that, trying to jump past those Koopas for some reason. I mean, look at this. Does this look hard? I do not know red versus blue Triaxia. However, I don't know, it depends on the size of the season, I suppose. Excuse me. Just gonna not screw around, we're just gonna go. If you caught that, we were dead. We were either dead by timer or dead by plummeting. Because I actually had no way to activate that block. Like I said, I always die to stupid stuff. Nothing actually hard. Either way, I think it depends on the show, Triaxia. I think there's plenty of shows where I was invested in the characters as of season 1. It just depends on how long the episodes are, what they do with it, how many episodes are in the season, because that's a variable as well. Yoshi. Anyways. A show that doesn't hit its stride by season 2 that I like. Clone Wars comes to mind immediately. Well, that's death. So, ruminations are donated for, Azura, first of all. So I don't just take random suggestions. But second of all, no! Absolutely not. Yeah, Futurama doesn't hit its stride in season 2 either, I would agree with that. Yeah, Enterprise is another good example, which doesn't hit its stride until, in my opinion, season 4. Then we get the Iliyoshi. For all that nonsense. Iliyoshi, aka the most worthless of all the Yoshis. His special ability is to pound the ground in an attack which is extremely useless. Sorry, something like that. Like that. funny, but it's so used. No, that's not useful. Let's go get that. Well, that is pretty weird, Azura. In fact, it's so weird, I'm afraid we'll have to take you up back and re-educate you. It involves taping your eyes. No, I'm kidding. Oh, this just leads here. I guess there's no secret exit. I suppose we should probably go ahead and get the secret exit here. Yes, Mr. Red. Something that's codified in Yoshi's Island. Notice they go out of the way to not give us blue Koopas on this stage, whereas they specifically went out of the way to give us blue Koopas on the next one. Oh, that was very on purpose, let me tell you. And so began years of Yoshi abuse. Actually, what's funny is I didn't even know about the fling Yoshi to his death meme until years later, because I generally didn't do that. Ignore that I just did that just now. I mean, in my defense, it was that or die, so... murder him. I just brutally, horribly killed him. That's all. Well, we can't go through any of the pipes. I don't remember if there's anything that actually indicates where this exit is. Does anyone remember? Because I'm not seeing anything that would indicate where the exit is. Anyways, thank you very much, Jesse's Mask. Always appreciate. If I could get the... Ah, stuck. I will put that towards the Last Guardian. Now we have both Jessies here. Well, you see, Starscream. Koopas have a very special aspect to them, which allows them to... Yeah, I think you're right, Dusk. Which allows them to... interact with the gastrointestinal juices of the Yoshis. I don't know. I got nothing. Who's Bowser's dad, Triaxia? I didn't need that star anyways. Not that I'm much of a star in real life. Almost didn't make that. Well, we have a problem. Blind jump! Blind jump! Oh, okay. That worked. I mean, if I sprouted wings every time I ate sushi, then that'd be kind of awesome. But it would also be a little weird. I have had starfruit. Not a long time though. Screw it, let's just do these now. Let's just do these now. But before we do that, we do have to judge the Star World. So hang on. So let's judge the Star World a second. So obviously the stages are fun, inventive, interesting, positive worthy. what's with the actual stars? Well, there's the last stage, right there. We can't do anything here because we haven't taken out that fortress. Okay, that's whatever. Alright, what else we got here? Well, we haven't done that terrible, terrible stage, so can't do anything there. And we haven't done that stage, so we can't do anything there either. One of the things I actually like about this is they clearly designed this to be shortcutting as you're going, with one exception. And the exception is the end of the game. Now, if you're paying attention, this is the same thing they did in Mario 1, Mario 2, and Mario 3. They build a way into the game to just kind of warp to the end. This is a very common Mario thing. I mean, the same mentality went into Breath of the Wild, for God's sakes. And I'm usually in favor of that kind of design. But you notice none of the other things let us skip forward. We can only skip forward to the end of the game. So, plus to the Mario Star world thing, place, stuff. Words go. Probably Starscream. So, this is the special stage. And remember, this is the 90s, and we're trying to get into the 90s too, so these stages are named Gnarly. And other things. These stages are hard. Amazing, few have made it this far. Beyond lies the special zone. Complete it and you can explore a strange new world. Good luck! Now, this is going to sound like a weird comparison, but this is when they got into the Mario Bros. 3 mentality. What I mean by that is these stages are not designed like Mario World stages. These stages are designed like Mario Bros. 3 stages are. Consequently, they're considered the hardest stages of the game. Go figure. I'm gonna pop that, actually. That's funny. Oh, that's weird. Whoops. I might still be able to make this. Nope, I hit a hammer. Hammers, my ancient nemesis. I will admit the first time I ever beat these worlds, I went all the way back to the refill spot to refill each stage because, yeah. Yeah, I'll walk into these with full feathers, thank you. I would say I probably prefer World, but at the same time, I have no idea which one's going to rate higher, because that's not how that works. I'm sorry, what? I think I prefer the cape. And really, it's only for one reason. And it's not whatever reason you're thinking. Yep, button hold. I prefer the ability to control my jump, come on, with a button hold than a mash. It does look cooler, too. That's also relevant. I do look good in a cape, that is true. Come on. Come on. I mean, I usually do have my fans going, so I can just be like, billow, billow, billow. Notice these are yellow stages, by the way. So, by memory, this is the stage I dislike the most with these ones. Not because of this, but because of this. Nope. By the way, notice that there are no checkpoints on these stages. This actually would start a trend, and many Mario games hence would specifically have special bonus stages have no checkpoints as part of the difficulty. You know what it feels like to be ballooned? Like, does that feel weird? Do you feel anything? I don't know. Random thoughts. Don't mind me. See you around. Enjoy the dinnerness. No, too slow. Yeah, this one right here, this one spot is the hard spot right here. I'm not actually joking. I remember that exact positioning for that exact movement, and it's just... The guy up above is very likely to hit you from that angle. The guy down below is pretty low, so you have to get down below him, and you barely have enough time to skip it if you decide to do so. Which I guess we could try, just for the hell of it. We gotta book it a little bit, though. Nope. We're already too slow, so we're gonna go for it. This. We're gonna get hit. Very important. Kind of wrecks. These are the super optional stages, to put it into that terminology. I don't know what that was all about. Yeah, this is as close to a post-game as we get for the... Let me walk that back. Multiple Mario games have a post-game concept. Usually in the form of collecting stuff, but... This is one of the earliest examples of such a thing in the Mario franchise. Okay, so we're gonna try it this time. Oop. Not stop. Oh, Jesus, that was a little close. I'm sorry, Trihexit, that question confused me so much that I actually died to that thing. I wouldn't say I call it weird. It's very American. And it's bullcrap, if that's what you mean. So yeah, let's try this again. Let's not be stupid. There we go. Yeah. That's what I meant by you could just skip that one if you time it right. So this stage is arguably harder than the previous one. This is a, if you make a mistake, you die stage, put simply. And I shouldn't be small for this stage, but whatever. These blocks have been my bane in many Kaizo games. Hi, computer kid. Okay, that didn't work out the way it should have. I actually remember the route here, so we're just kind of making it up as we go. Hi, Kamek. I think I'm dead. Nope. Okay. Yep, nope, I'm dead. We're on World 2, Mr. Red. We're also doing the super optionals. Because World 2 is the earliest you can access the super optionals. In fact, the optimal speedrun route for this game is to get to World 2, beeline for this, and then go ahead and... Sorry, let me walk that back. The optimal route for the 96 exits run, I hate that jump right there, is to beeline for this, do this, and then go do all the other exits. Sure, Dream Whisperer. Can you give me a minute, though? I know this looks extremely easy, because remember, Mario World's a super easy game. I saw a ton of people commenting about that in the VODs for Mario 3, which I found was interesting. I think this is okay. This one I want to hit. I think. Okay. We're okay. We don't have a Yoshi, so that's not happening. It's the easy way out. Yeah, okay. That's cool. I'm cool. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. I mean, do I even need to say anything about what's going on the screen right now? Those itches, just gonna live with it. Oh, bullcrap! Right at the end, too. Ah. Whoops. I actually didn't mean to do that. I like you just gonna slowly fall to your death. So, I should probably mention that I'm gonna go ahead and give a positive to probably each of these levels. Because, well, they're really good. Yeah, they give me a few seconds to be like, you're gonna die. Just so you know. Those are called fuzzies, Paranoid. Yeah, they're unique, they're challenging, and as Takoida pointed out earlier, they take game mechanics and run with them. They're like, alright, well, this is how the game works. How do we play with this? So they did. I did pretty okay last time, which means I'm going to fail horribly this time, because that's usually how that goes for me. Okay. Ugh. I told you I was right at the end. Hey, McKay. Oh, that was way cool, by the way. So there's our Omni Shell. Just gonna nope out of that nonsense. And we're gonna see something from Ross! Ross, how could you? How could you? Well, thank you, Ross. As always. I do appreciate, as usual. I assume you want that to go to the usual, even though it'll never happen first. I tend to remember Fuzzies most from the Paper Marios myself. But yeah, they actually started off here. Yeah, if I just had the Rush Jet, this would be legit. Think about it. Which is the one for Mario 3? Nope, nope, nope. So yeah, if it's not obvious... Oh, I disagree with that. This is the Koopa level. Well, Colin Peluso, you can always join us here, of course, but I mean, I'm boring and stupid and terrible. I wouldn't watch me on your birthday. What you could do instead is get a really nice piece of cheesecake and something meaty, like a really nice boiga or something. And you gotta say it right. Boiga, it's very important. Believe it or not, there's actually less enemies in this than in Mario Bros. 3. Not only have I played Mario Maker and made my own levels in Mario Maker, I've actually streamed Mario Maker 2, although we did cut the stream short. Lack of interest. What's really funny to me, ignore the fact that I've died several times on this level. What's funny to me is, as a kid, this was the level I got stuck on. I couldn't get past this level. I'm not even 100% sure why. I just couldn't do it. Now, what's funny is this is not a platforming level, as to go back to the previous discussion about themes and how the level design works. This is an enemy level. There are enemies here. And that is the approach to the level. Should've just gone for that. I actually have Scrubzilla, and I made an extremely terrible demo of a level in order to try and get used to how RPG Maker works. I don't remember which one Tubular is, but when I get there, I'll let you know. I recognize them by sight. What's interesting is I was kind of hoping I would just slam through this level, but as we could see, nope, I still suck. So apparently kid me and adult me have the exact same skill set of being terrible at video games. Who knew? Part of the, I guess I shouldn't call it problem, is if you're paying attention, a lot of the attack angles for the Koopas are very specifically positioned to try and make sure that they hit you. Oh, that sucks, Dakota. I haven't seriously looked into RPG Maker in years at this point. Hey, Ben Smack. Oh, Tubular was the other hard one for me, Computer Kid, if that's the balloon one, as we showed off earlier. I managed it this time by using the trick, but even then it was a little bit close. What? What? Sure, Starscream, sure. One more death and I'm just gonna go and get some power-ups. Because the way you get through this stage is you have health. Or you're actually good at the game, which obviously I am not. What? Did you see that? You saw that, right? I slid backwards. Yeah, I moonwalked to death. No, that's where I want to be. That's where I want to be. Probably McKay. Probably Dr. Winter. It doesn't matter what I get. All that matters is I have health. Okay. You can also do this and just completely cheese the entire level. Because they give you an Omni Shell. Right? So, I mean, screw it. Actually, they give you 2 Omni Shells. Don't worry, we're not going to cheese the whole level. I'm just going to get back up to here. Well, that's interesting. Every time I second guess myself, I fail a jump. Every single time. That's true. What's funny is that's pretty true in real life, too. The moment I start to second guess myself is when I start to fail. I guess that's actually not true. I second guess myself all the time, and that usually leads to success. When I doubt myself, that's when I fail. There's actually a difference there. Second guessing yourself is just making sure you're right. Questioning your approach and methodology and all that fun stuff. Doubting yourself is automatically having the presumption that you're wrong. There is a distinction there. Well, that was suck. And now we're back to having no power-ups. The funny thing is, based on how Mario World works, there's really no reason to not do this now. Like, there's no reason to just go into other areas. It's just, no. It will never get easier or harder. There's no leveling up. There's 4 more after this, Mr. Red, which, in my opinion, by memory, are much easier. But we'll see how that actually goes. Now that I've said that, I'm going to die horribly on every single one of them. One jump before the end. I was admittedly a little bit on auto mode there, and you may or may not have seen my expression change right as I realized what was about to happen. By the way, notice the star lasts way longer than the 8 seconds back in Mario 3. Factoid. I need to stop trying for that. I need to stop trying for that. Okay. That was a non-jump. Not sure what happened there. So anyways, how's everyone's day going? It's good to know that I still suck at video games just as much as I did as a kid. God, this friggin' level. No joke, the first time I ever did special, I was stuck on this for so long, I put the game down for a while. This specific stage. It's entirely possible that the later stages are harder. I really don't have any specific memory of that. We'll find out if we ever beat them. Okay. There. Come on. What? Okay. I've talked about this concept before. Every now and again, you know when you screw up, and it's really obvious. If anybody's watching me, which I doubt you are, but if anybody actually watches me on the webcam when I'm playing these games, it's really obvious because I actually cringe or flinch just a little bit when I know I've made a screw up. When I know I've done something wrong. And it's like, nope, that's death. Or occasionally I'll just, out loud, I'll just say the word, nope. Like, you know, just a really quick, nope, that's the end of that. That's not happening now. And then there's the moments when I have no idea what I did wrong. I prefer the former. Even though they're more frustrating, at least I know what I did wrong and how to correct it. Like that, for example, that's on me. Because I kind of spaced the fact that I got all the way back out here. God damn it. Yeah, if you ever hear me just say, what? That's usually what my reaction is I don't know what I did wrong. And either I disagree with it, or I'm completely unaware of it, one of the two. Every now and again, there is one where I've screwed up, and it's like, oh, okay, yeah, no, that's valid. And then every now and again, I've screwed up, and it's like, oh, that's utter bullcrap. And no, we haven't actually had one of these in this game, but I can think of moments in games where it's like, no, I disagree with that. I disagree with that happened. Like I said, right at the end. Anyways. I don't even remember the rest of these stages off the top of my head. I mean, I remember the last one. Oh, yeah, this stage. Okay, yep. This stage should look a little familiar. Yeah, it's a death. I always loved how there's this weird symbol in the background, and as a kid I'm looking at that like, what the heck is that? That thing. What the heck is that symbol in the background? Yeah, it's the Super Famicom logo, but as a kid I was like, what the hell is that? But yes, if I need to say it out loud, this is the stage from the demo. Notice there's actually a ceiling here to prevent certain levels of bullcrap. Wow, I actually didn't know you couldn't defeat those. Huh, interesting. Maybe you can come in. I have no idea. I do love how I've been net positiving on lives, by the way. Which once again goes back to what I was talking about with regards to good difficulty design. Do you think they're spicy? I mean, I've had cactus in real life, and it's delicious. Listen, Yoshi's just really hungry. If you're paying attention, this is the Yoshi level. That is the theme for this stage. Almost everything in this stage is something that is designed for Yoshi to eat it. Which is why I immediately lost my Yoshi and my cape in 1 second, because I am just that good at video games. Oh, that's bad. Yep, nope, that's death. Getting stuck in that corner with no power-ups is basically death. Yeah, it's very... I don't actually know how to describe it. Cactus tastes like cactus. That's very descriptive, I know, but I stand by it. But it doesn't taste like chicken. Nothing tastes like chicken. Except for cardboard. What? Why do you think we have to do so much to chicken to make it edible? Just plain chicken is terrible. I mean, I don't like tofu at all, so I'll agree with that. Sort of. I'll agree that I don't eat a lot of it. Wow, I haven't had one of those happen in a while. Yep. As usual, right at the end. Yeah, if you eat the pink flower, whatever's. If you eat the pink fling with his fifth, I think? Fifth or sixth thing, then he goes ahead and creates the cloud. Now, I remember this stage, but not for the same reason as some of the other ones. So there's the current, but a lot more obstacles than the last time we saw it. I don't think you can eat cloud. Nope, yep, that's death. So this is Mondo, of course. Sounds like the mowers are on their way, too. Wow, that was perfectly angled. He was like... And he just, like, matrixed that right into my face. I'm actually just gonna go ahead and get some health for this one. Rather than even bother. Remember this? This is where we're actually at in the story. Or the game, or whatever. Completely screw that up because it's just such muscle memory for me to go ahead and get the right one. I actually want this one. What, Gingaman? Yeah, I do feel like it could be faster navigating the world map. I mean, think about, to use a counterexample, think about Mario Galaxy 2 and how very, very fast you move through the overworld map on that. Just bam, 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 and then you're at the next area, right? Just immediate. Wow, that took 5 seconds. Yoshi, Yoshi, there you go. So there's our gimmick of the level. We changed the water height. What? What? Ah! Okay. Ah! Okay. And now we're dead. Interesting. Okay. I mean, I played Mario Brothers 1. I know what the Hammer Brothers curse is. No, Zactef. We have to at least show off the final level. Oh, okay, that... What? Huh. Okay, that's extremely strange. No! Didn't see it. Didn't see it until I'd already committed to the jump. Remember, cool kids don't do hammers. Or fish, apparently. And there's the mowing people. As usual, I die right at the end. I think that's just a thing for me. It's like, oh, there's the exit. Ugh! And then I die. Is backtracking automatically bad? That's such a stupid statement. I'm gonna punch whoever said that. Punch! Oh, it was you, Kimmick. Hi, Kimmick, what's going on? So, anyways, as I was saying, no. We've actually given positives for backtracking several times. It's actually something that's pretty normal to give a positive for. The problem is, usually, backtracking is bad. Percentage-wise, more games do that wrong than do it right. For sakes. Thank you, Fuzzy Duck. As always. Much appreciate and obliged. I'm gonna go grab a fresh water, actually. We'll come right back. Yeah, I like to call that tripping at the finish line. There's only one thing in gaming that pisses me off more than tripping at the finish line. Which is funny, because the other thing is on the game, whereas the tripping at the finish line is entirely on me. Probably because the sound is a little less piercing, if I were to guess. Whoops, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to do this. Hello? This camera? What? It's okay. Why am I letting it loop for 3 minutes? Exactly. Thank you, Gold Tech. Always appreciate. I'll put that towards Crusader Kings 3. In just a moment. And they're back! The lawnmowers. Looks like they're not quite coming around here, though. That's okay. Well, this is not a great position to be in, but, you know what, whatever. We'll make it work. Or we'll die right here. Yep. I mean, which would you prefer, Zactov? Generally speaking, that's the rule. Yes, Dr. Winter. Well, we actually have saves, but that's a good question, Master Rico. We may find out if this keeps up. I'll look at the website later. I don't know what it's doing. Doesn't matter right now. I will admit, this is probably the first special stage that isn't actually getting a positive, because there's nothing really unique or interesting or gimmicky about it. Your jumps are worse because of the current, and there's Hammer Brother people and fish. So, have fun. And that's the stage. That's the whole stage. There's nothing else to it. As you saw, I was right at the end. As usual. I did, Shihali, although, of course, in that game we just hit continue. Now, if we don't hit continue, we're screwed. Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to go back to World 2. I just absolutely curb stomp it. No, what's going to happen is I'm going to get back to World 2 and die to everything over and over and over. That's exactly what's going to happen here. Whoops, didn't mean to hit that. I'm not going to say any of my opinions about the other special stages because I don't want to curse myself. Especially since I've already said, all the stages past this one are easy, and now here we are dying over and over and over on this stage, so... Whoops. Shouldn't have opened my mouth on that one. Yoshi. Yoshi. Bad Yoshi. But I got hit! That's nice. Stop being a punk. Okay. This is one of the longest stages here. In fact, it is the second longest total. Let me ask you a counter question, Complusive. Do you think Steam sales should still exist? Do you think sales should exist at all? Because that's kind of what you're asking me. Yeah, this is probably the actual hardest stage, despite my memories and my difficulties as a kid, and today. This stage is long, platformy, and unless you have a Yoshi, requires you to carry this springboard with you through the whole stage. Well, through half the stage. And no ambition checkpoints, as is usual for these. And lots of obstacles, just enemies galore everywhere. This is the second to last one, Diligent Dodo. I could really use a power-up, if such a thing even exists. I don't actually remember if there's another one in this stage. I'm just gonna kind of chill over here for a minute. Because there's that fire. Oh, bull crap! Alright, whatever. So rather than continue to waste time, we're just gonna go get some health. Hey, Baron. Oh yeah, most of the speedruns just skip through the stages. That's one of the reasons why capeless became a category very early on. It's like one of the first categories when it comes to speedruns in general was capeless for Super Mario World. What's funny is I saw Sabacom talking about this and I was like, yeah, that one's probably going to give us some issues. And here we are. I need that Yoshi. I literally need that Yoshi. Or it's either that or I have to go back and get the that freaking fire! I can't even see it half the time. There. Go away! No! And I'm dead. Oh, I didn't mean to re-annotate. Whatever, we'll give it another shot. Yeah, the fire is hidden, if it's not obvious, by the foreground trees. Which can cause some issues. And all of those bullet bills are very carefully placed to pretty much get right in the way of your standard jump arcs. I don't believe you can hit fire. I know you can jump on fire with Yoshi. So then we have a breather section. We have this guy. No refill, which is really the suckitude right here. Like, if I could have, like, just a mushroom right here, just to get some health, that would be awesome. I mean, scalpers have been doing that for a few decades at this point, Zactap, so it's nothing new in any sense of the word. So, yeah. It's not going away. I forget how many levels there are. There's 96 exits, but... okay. So that was me not expecting to bounce on the guy, which threw my jump angle, which meant I didn't know where I was in the level, so... I ended up getting hit by the fire. That is what I was trying to do. That sucks. That's actually really bad. Well, I hope you like it, Baron. I'm not sure, Saber for Wife. I know the previous level isn't getting a positive, sorry. I don't know if it's getting a minus. They really like to throw stuff at you in this one, don't they? Why didn't you jump? Did you just not want to jump? Is that what's going on here? Are you rebelling against me? Mario's like, I hate this game. Stop making me die. I've turned into Count Dracula because I have no idea how to do an Italian accent. Dracula's Italian, right? Like, that's how that works. Oh, bull frickety crap. That might be the most bullcrap thing that's happened this entire stage. Yeah, the AI revolution has begun. Oh, so he is Italian. Got it. I mean, that's a European accent, right? Okay. There comes my ancient nemesis. And that's why it's... I don't know why, I have the hardest time dodging those freaking flames. I just can't do it. Alright, so I'm just gonna mute myself so I can turn on some music. Thank you, Zlartuk, as always, for the sub. Much appreciate. I'll put that towards the messenger. I wanted to prove I could do that without the cape. And I did. Now, just to show something off super quick here. Well, I'm pissed about Wallenstein. I'm so angry I'm going to take you and rip out your spine and jab you in the eye with it, and then rip that out, and then jab you in the kidney with it, and then rip that out. We've got like this kind of kebab of organs at this point. Now I'm gonna keep my mouth shut about this stage. I mean, I do like a good kebab. Hi, Yoshi. Now, the problem is, I can't judge whether or not something deserves a negative when I'm too close to being angry at the stage. But that being said, I think it's pretty easy to say that that stage is actually kind of bullcrap. Like, there's several ways in which we could clearly argue that there's some actual unfair elements of game design on display there, you know? Yeah, that's why I'm keeping my mouth shut, Fuzzy Duck. Oh yeah, these are the Sumo Bros, by the way. To continue the Bros tradition. There's only the Flinging Bros and the... Wow, that distracted me so much I got hit. There's the Flinging Bros, and then there's the Sumo Bros, and those are the two bros in this game. The only two bros. But yeah, the quote-unquote difficulty of this stage, and I'm gonna die, now that I said that, is the timer. Then you remember. Just a nope out of that. Luigi was invented all the way back in the original. So, nothing new there. I'm gonna need that in a second when I die out of the timer running out. You are a super player. So anyways, as I was going to say, that's the victory lap stage. I mean, there's nothing much to discuss there, Compluso, but if you want to hear me talk about it more, just watch my Super Mario Bros. 2 videos. Yeah, by the way, for those of you not aware, those seconds go by faster than normal seconds, so... It's a lot less than 6 seconds there. So those are the special stages. So here's what we're gonna do. Even the stage that irritated me was good. But... that stage wasn't so good. And that stage probably deserves a negative. For being legitimately bullcrap. So I'm thinking we're gonna give 6 positives and 1 negative. Let's get some names here, shall we? What are these things called? I can never remember the name of these stupid stages. Gnarly. My thoughts on negatives for optional areas? So, we've actually discussed this many times, Spartan. So, to be very clear about this, optional is a defense, but not a absolute. So let me put it to you this way. Let's say that there's a bullcrap thing right here, okay? That's a negative. Doesn't matter if it's optional, doesn't matter if it's positive, doesn't matter if it's mandatory, doesn't matter if it's anything else. Negative because it's bullcrap. It doesn't matter how optional it is. Make sense? However, you're probably thinking, well, then how is that a defense? Because if it's mandatory, then that's another negative. Make sense? Something being optional is not a defense. Because if we established this years ago, actually, this is a very old concept. Because the general idea is if something that is optional that is a negative is not a negative, then something that is optional that is not a positive is also not a positive. And thank you, Ginga Man, very much. Apparently I've been sitting here for too long. Always appreciate. Thank you. And that's going towards Metroid Block and Dealer's Choice. Yeah, FF10, I think, is actually the specific game where we really codified that. FF10's optional content is terrible and deserves a negative. It is optional. Maybe hazardous. Depends. Depends on how they approach it. But generally speaking, no. Alright, so. So hang on, I want to do my due diligence on this one. Remember what each of these stages are. Yeah, exactly. Saber for life. Pretty much. So yeah, this is... Because because a positive and a negative are not the same thing, as it is. And because screw you, that's why. Any other reasons? No, the balloon stage gets a positive. You kidding? The balloon stage is awesome. This is the one that's probably not getting the positive. Maybe. I'll have to think about that. No, it's getting a positive. The answer to your question for real, Hazardous, if you're looking for one, is it depends, because it always depends, because it always depends, because it always depends. Which one was this one? Ugh! What is this one? Oh, yes, yeah, okay. Yeah, that's another one of those interesting little questions. What is optional in a video game is something that's actually debatable, not something that's codified. Which is something that's come up in the speedrunning community, because there was a big debate, this is about 10 years ago at this point, there was a big debate about what is considered mandatory progression in order to be able to beat the game, right? And so they had to kind of change and alter and mutate the definition of what is mandatory content and what beating the game means in order to be able to accommodate certain categories of speedrunning. The end definition they came down to is actually seeing the credits. The old definition used to be beating the final boss. That definition had to be gotten rid of. So Mondo is this one. Yep, okay. So Mondo's the boring one. Outrageous is the negative one. That is true, Gingaman. And then we had to redefine what 100% means because, you know, that's how that works. Oh my god, what's the name of the thing you bounce on in the Outrageous game? I can't think of the name of the damn thing. It's the 90s, Richard. We gotta 90s it up. We'll go with spring. That's a good word for it. Alright. Yeah, exactly, Gingaman. Like I said, even the definitions of things that you'd think would be codified, like 90% or 100%, is just kind of... I've actually been told in several speedrunning forums that my definition of 100% is way above and beyond what most categories define as 100% for specific games. I mean, exactly, Dr. Winter. That's why we came up with the two terms, primary mandatory and primary optional. Mass Effect 2 is a perfect example of that. In Mass Effect 2, the loyalty missions are primary content. That's core meat content, right? But it's optional. And the same thing could be said for the special stages. These are core content. But they are optional, because we're going by the speedrunning definition of hitting the credits. Because honestly, what other definition can you use? Okay, so let's update the HUD, now that we're done with all of that nonsense. And yeah, Chrono Trigger is another perfect example where there's a lot of primary optional stuff. I put it in the audit sheet. I can actually double check, but I'm pretty sure we called it primary mandatory and primary option. I'm double checking now. Where we go? Hello, there we go. Yep, primary mandatory, primary optional, and then secondary. There's actually a fourth category, which we don't really cover because it's almost always bad. That's repeatable. Repeatable stuff is exactly what it sounds like. There's generally not a lot to that. So, obviously, we've done the special stages. Woo, there is a benefit to doing so. We've changed the seasons, so now it's autumn. And some of the enemies look a little bit different. Yeah, Radiant Quest is a perfect example of that kind of repeatable stuff. So now, I think they're trying to be in disguise so we don't know that they're Koopas. I think that's what's going on here. I'm not sure. But yeah, like, well, see, the funny thing about that Hazardous is some daily quests, depending on the MMO, some daily quests would qualify as, you know, primary content or at least secondary content, and then some wouldn't, because, you know, sometimes it's just go get some rep, right? So anyways, World 2! So we've unlocked Donut Secret 2. Jesus Christ, this is gonna be just a culture shock. After everything we just went through. I'm not even gonna try to farm lives. I'm not gonna need to. What do you want to bet? What do you want to bet? That we're just gonna get lives just by playing the game now to get caught back up. There's actually, I do actually have a favored farm spot. which we don't have unlocked yet. Yeah, exactly. Or like collecting 10 herbs or whatever. And to go back to the earlier discussion, so let's say that there's a... Let's try to come up with an example, because it's always case by case, right? So let's assume that there's a game where you have to... I don't know, Anthem, where you have to do a really terrible side quest in order to progress. That's bad, and then also bad, right? Like that's double bad. Now... Hang on. Yep, okay. It's just... I don't remember this level that much. What I do remember is Kira White Noise being awesome, and me stealing all of their ideas for the Trekkery ride, and then trying to give credit for that. Because, you know, that's how that works. Nope. Thank you for that sub. Very much, as always, Kira White Noise. Much appreciated. I believe we gave it 3 negatives, just the quest 3 negatives, and then we gave the fact that it was mandatory an additional negative. I'm pretty sure that's exactly what we did. But let's assume, I'm trying to think of an example, because this has happened before, where something is mandatory and awesome, and it's gotten additional positives for the way it's presented. Usually I actually put those under moments, as opposed to, you know, progression blockers. And for some reason I can't think of any off the top of my head, but you get the general idea. Oh my god, that was so awesome. Plus for everything. Plus for general cool factor. Excuse me. Yeah, the Celeste Feather minigame is a great example of what I'm talking about. And it is mandatory. You can slide the screen left to right by hitting the L or R. You probably shouldn't if you don't know what you're doing, though, because it'll actually mess with how the enemies spawn. Because as with most NES games, the enemies spawn based on the Y-axis. I mean, that sounds like incredibly horribleness, Trihexia. I mean, I'd rather just die at that point. I don't know about you. There are things worse than death. IMO. But, wow! So, Mario World has a concept called nudging. This technically has existed in the previous Mario games, but Mario World is the first game to really codify the concept of nudging. Now, the way nudging works, and you've seen this if you played Legend of Zelda: Link to the Past, which also has nudging. If you are approaching a block and you're not perfectly centered on it, but you're like enough to the right or enough to the left of it, it'll nudge you to the left or right to accommodate that. Pick one. Left, middle, right. This is as much as the Toad minigame that endures in this game. Okay, so we're gonna middle first, and then left, and then middle, and then another middle, and then we're caught up. Keep it coming. Okay, to the right. Last chance. Middle. Left. Right. Good job. Okay. I will admit, so I used to replay Mario World quite a bit, more than Mario 3, honestly. It's not the Mario game I replayed the most. Well, we're not reviewing that today, or this week, or anything. We'll probably review that someday. I don't even think it's on the list right now. To my knowledge, it's pure random, although there is a seed that sets it, just like in Mario 3. Anyways, so... But I did used to replay this game quite a bit. However, what I used to do is replay the game that isn't the special world. And I'm just curious how many other people out there would replay this game and just not even touch the special world on... Excuse me, on replay. Nah, Galaxy 2 was a bit after this. Although I did used to replay Galaxy 2 a decent amount, but... As tends to be the pattern, the more recent a game is, the less I tend to have replayed it. Just because of time. Don't mind me. I mean, you can mind me, it's just not going to really change things much. That would probably be secondary, in all honesty, Dr. Winter. That's not really core meat content. But that is still good. It's still something worth acknowledging, so we put that in the secondary category. How do you speedrun HOM 3? Hazardous, help me out here. How do you speedrun HOM 3? I think that's all the donut stages. I think we're good to go. Oh, absolutely, Pika. Some of the best boss designs ever. Kingdom Hearts 3 has legitimately some of the best optional boss designs I've ever seen in gaming, and I mean that. So, sorry, let's actually talk about the stages we're doing here. So notice how, once again, we have themes. So Iggy's castle was the frame that you could jump on, and Iggy himself was on the seesaw thing, right? Here, we have what I'm going to call the stone theme, because I don't know what else to call it. It's mostly about crushers, thwomps, and, of course, the things I can't think of the name of all of a sudden. Hey, Larian. By the way, I'm just going to go ahead and tell you this now. How many of you knew or even recognized that every single one of these themes from the Bowser Kids castles are repeated in Bowser's castle at the very end? I do like this song. Still only my second favorite song in the game, though. Yeah, maybe third. Oh, maybe it's my favorite. I don't know. I'm torn. It's a good song. What do you want from me? So if you're not familiar with that, you're probably thinking, wait, what? The reason most people aren't familiar with that is specifically because of the fact that you choose your route through Bowser's Castle. Remember, you get the doors, and you can choose which door you go through in which order. So, you choose which themes you see, so you tend to only see one or two or three, depending on the path you take, right? I'll just wait. Want to die to my own being impatient. Wanted to hear that song. So, let's really play with this whole Mode 7 thing we can do. We can morph and deform. It's crazy how this works. Look at that. Look at that. Look at all that cool stuff we can do with this. I don't mean to speak ill of Super Mario World, but the reason I kind of raise my eyebrow at the bosses is because they are tech demos. No, really. Mario has extremely strong legs, confirmed. Martin Koopa Jr. of Castle 2 is now just a memory. The next area is the underground Vanilla Dome. What traps await Mario in this new world, and what will become of Princess Toadstool? Well, she'll be called Peach in the next game. Yeah, F-Zero is another good example of, this is a tech demo. Which is funny, because those are the two initial games, was F-Zero and Mario World. Hang on. Sorry, Yoshi, give me a second. Sorry. Favorite Koopaling? Depends on my mood. Ludwig is the easy answer, though. I mean, that's just the fandom doing what the fandom does, Trihexia, so in all total honesty, I don't really think much of that at all. It's just people being people. Gosh, I don't actually remember. I used to know the specific out-of-character origins behind Princess Peach being called Princess Peach. I remember well, okay, so I remember when I was a kid, I'll talk about this whenever we play Mario 64, being like, Princess Toadstool Peach, and it didn't even occur to me that was her name. I thought she was just saying that as like a weird way to sign off on her letter, right? No, she was called Princess Toadstool because, whoa, because she's the princess of the Mushroom Kingdom. And in the original lore, the way it worked out was Bowser was an evil wizard because... And, I love looking into the origins of things. So Bowser was an evil wizard who had converted most of the people of the Mushroom Kingdom into blocks with his wicked magic. He had done so, of course, with the assistance of all of those who betrayed the Mushroom Kingdom. That would be the Goombas, of course. And Princess Toadstool was the ruler and savior and failed miserably at her job. The end. Visually, I'd say I still prefer the cape visually. So you notice that's... Sorry, let's talk about level design some more. So, once again, we're introducing new concepts. They're leaning on slopes a lot, which makes sense. This is a cave. Remember, a lot of what this game does is tutorialize per world, not per stage. So we've already got a couple of concepts, which we're trying to get the player interested in and aware of. Lots of slopes, though. I mean, look at this. And I'm pointing this out because this isn't much of a theme, but this is effectively the theme of World 3 here, is the slopes. Because the whole cave concept and because the whole we want to try and play around with the fact that you could slide thing, right? Mechanics-wise, I still prefer the cape because I like to hold down a button to slow down my fall rather than try to destroy my hands to do it. So this is an interesting trap. You're meant to hit this thing and go, oh, but if you go just a little bit more left, you see this, and this. I mean, underwater fireballs are a real thing. No, really. Mario game where Bowser's a good guy. Mario RPG, Paper Mario 2, Paper Mario 3, Mario & Luigi 2, Mario & Luigi 3, Mario & Luigi 4. Mario Kart. Yep, no, that counts. Alright, come on. I already got one. 50% isn't bad, but... Ah! I was hoping for another yump. I've gotten one. Even getting one yump is awesome. So... Mario game where Mario's the bad guy. Donkey Kong! No, The switch trick is, if you successfully jump off of the switch, the frame you hit it, it is a one-frame trick, you jump off of it. It doesn't do anything, it just looks cool. It's called a yump. And I love trying to go for it. And like I said, I got one so far. I got one on the yellow switch. I missed green and I missed red, and I got one or two more shots to make this happen. Come on, there we go. Oh, yeah, I haven't actually showed that off yet. What? Don't mind me! Notice how, okay. Once again, you see how the level design is informative even before you actually figure stuff out. On our first pass through there, we saw the path going up and just couldn't reach it. We go to the next area, it's got a secret, we've got the P-switch thing, we can infer going through that because it's right in front of us, we go through it, we get the key, we go down, we get the switch, then we can go all the way back, and there it is again. I mean, you could fly everywhere, that doesn't mean anything, Richard. That's like saying you could jump in a Mega Man game. I mean, yes, it's true, but it doesn't mean anything. Astute viewers may or may not have already noticed that I'm going out of my way to not use the cape as much as possible, other than to do this. That's one of these days. This. The poor man's Peach. Which is weird when I think about that, but whatever. So here we got a nice verticality stage again. In fact, multiple paths verticality. Yeah, ironically, I'm more used to the fall tile set than I am the regular one, because my usual... So, I mentioned how when I'd replay this game, I would not do the special stages. I forgot to mention something there, and that's on me for being a stupid moron. But one of the other things I would do is I would just load my save, which, you know, was here, effectively, and just kind of do that in order to replay some stages, especially since it took me a very long time to get all 96 exits. Correct, Ross. They wouldn't bring that back until I forget when, but they do bring that back eventually. Till Mario 64. No, I don't need it. Boop. When did they bring that back? I know they brought it back in 3D World. And I know they brought it back in Galaxy, which predates 3D World, so that's Wii. Unless we count, you know, Luigi's Mansion. No, Lost Levels is after, or excuse me, before 2. So, Lost Levels doesn't part of that. Are they different in new? I'll admit, I'm actually not all that familiar with the new series, so I'm not sure about that. Other than New U, which is actually a really legit game, and I highly recommend it. I would just roll my eyes a little bit, Triaxia, because of all the things to go for. Why that one? Yeah, I think you're right. I think new Wii had them different, because that's one where you could play as the two Toads, Mario and Luigi, right? We didn't actually show off the battle mode. Yeah, the squiggity is very real in new. It's... The only new game I actually like is U. And, I mean, Shrug. In my defense, it's got really good level design. And that's pretty much what salvages it for me. Nope. Nope. Okay, yep, alright. Well, so I have a bit of a story. I wasn't going to share it right now, but I mean, hey, why not? So once upon a time, there I was, hanging out with my friend Gary and my sister. She had come to visit me, and we were hanging out at the Knock and hooked up New Super Mario Bros. On the Wii. And we played it, and I'm not going to describe exactly what happened, but I'm going to tell you that we were laughing so hard we quite literally gave ourselves headaches, all three of us. So I have extremely good memories of that game, even though it's probably not actually all that good of a game. For those of you unaware, New Super Mario Bros. Wii has player collision. And honestly, that's actually all I need to say about that. It has player collision. Well, Sick Daniel, Bragwin might be able to help you out with that, if she's still there. If she's not, well, then I would wait for her to come back. I gotta be honest, I don't even notice it, Love Baltazar. So I guess by default, no. Jeez Louise, okay. I know the intended route to get up here. Let's see if I can BS it a little bit. Which I can, because, of course, the cape is ridiculous. It's actually a lot like playing Trine co-op, now that I say that way. Okay, so, I guess we'll do top first. Yeah, the cape is there for when you either want to beat the game in seconds, effortlessly, or... I shouldn't say effortlessly, that is disingenuous. Or when you just want to have some fun. Like doing stuff like this. Whee! Whee! Hey, Mario 3 technically lets you do that. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Let's go grab that. Forgot what mid-mission checkpoints are. I've been in this special world for so long. I don't even remember how these things work anymore. Can't remember the taste of bread. Or other gritty things I could say. Help me out, I can't be gritty on command. I had to beat up bullies for food as a child growing up on the streets. Eating sand cookies for breakfast every day. It's horrible. I've forgotten my own name. Now I must kill chaos. And for some reason there's no milk to go with my cheese. Whoa, I didn't mean to fly. You can tell I'm not used to the cape because I keep flying on accident. So, I hate these dolphins, but not for any good reason. You're probably thinking, Lord, these dolphins are awesome, and they're cute, and they're actually a really cool platforming concept. Because, see, they as they tend to do, they introduce, and then they escalate. So now we have to deal with Big Bertha's buddy down there. Cousin, I think? I forget. Or we could just do this instead of doing the platforming. Oh, I screwed up. I screwed up. Ugh. It's okay, we'll just do this for a bit. But the reason I hate these things is because in the very first Kaizo world, there's a section where you have to do that on a level that's filled with piranha plants that instantly kill you. And then you have to fight one of those boo ghosts that follow you with the fishing line. And I hate that. God, I hate that stage so much. It's the second worst stage in that game. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, we'll go do this now. So I've made... how do I make the 3D... So the first thing I would do with the cape is I would completely change how it functions. So let's say that you're running and you get the speed up and then you go up, right? Except the way I would make it work is a little bit closer to Rivali's gaze over in Breath of the Wild. So it's effectively tornadoes you straight up with control. So if you took your hands off of the controllers, you would just go straight up. And if you try to control it, you could kind of dictate how you go up. And then, of course, it would also allow you to hover down. And that's how I would design the cape in a 3D Mario. Oh yeah, you can kind of cheese these out by doing the R thing. Sometimes. Oh, it worked. Just only on the other ones for some reason. Excuse me. Mind me. Alright, now we're just gonna ignore the thwomp there. Excuse me, Mr. Thwomp. You know, there's too many good songs in this game. Does Ride to Hell have a soundtrack? What I remember most about the music in that game is it not playing. Aw. Like for silent scenes, you know? Yeah, no, I'm in the same boat, Zalok. They gave us that one preview, and I've just kind of mentally wrote it off. I've talked about this before. I don't really get... Oh, thank you, Baron. I don't really get excited about a thing until it's pretty much staring me in the face. Part of that is just because of the nature of how I am. I don't like sitting in a HOIP status for a long period of time. It bothers me. The more practical reason, though, is because I stream games for a living. So there's not a lot of benefit to get excited about something that I may not be playing for months or even years. So, when a game's, like, when I'm actually there at a game, yeah, no, I'll get excited. Before that, Reznor! See, because it's Dinosaur Land, so we've got to have... Oh! I am the suckitude. The jump didn't go through. Yeah, the Reznors are pretty cool. So if you're small... Well, Nintendo has a middling track record. About half the time, Nintendo will announce something, and then it comes out like a month or two later, which is my preferred method, as I've said many times. The other times, they announce something a few years before it comes out, and it's terrible. Looking at you, Breath of the Wild 1. Now, I know why they did that. I do get it. It was a fully business decision, because remember, the Wii U was not selling super well, and investors were getting upset at the board, and the board was getting upset at Nintendo in general. And so, the money people, as I like to call the general group of people who actually make decisions when it comes to corporations, all pretty much said, you need to have something in the pipeline. And so they said, we do, we've got this Breath of the Wild game. We're working on it right now. And so, then they announced it way too early, and spent a lot of money marketing it up, because they really needed it to sell really well. And by needed, I of course mean they didn't actually need it at all. They were doing fine financially, but you know how money people are. Pretty sobs. I've managed to avoid any news about Deltarune. On purpose. Yeah, no kidding, Gigaman. Oh, yeah. So, Butter Bridge. This is actually a significant level, believe it or not. These levels are significant. So, this is, once again... So, remember how I talked about how jumps vary based on the height variance? And that's, you know, how that works. The difficulty of a jump is directly proportional to how much further up it is from you, and easier versus how far down it is. Well, the game decided to give you control over this here, with these things. And with an auto-scroller, and with various other platform things that make it a little bit harder, like these guys, which is what I'm supposed to be doing. I'm just doing it to prove that I can. Don't mind me. Hi. Please stop trying to kill me. But you're probably thinking, okay, well that's cool and all, but why are you bringing it up? Well, you gotta do stuff like this, too. So they've introduced the concept, and now they force you to do this. Getting that dragon coin is actually easier than it looks. And... so other than the special stages, this is kind of the hardest bundle of stages in the game. Now, I don't mean that from a personal opinion perspective. In fact, I shouldn't have said that. So pretend I didn't say that. Hey, everyone, what do you think, other than the special stages, the hardest stages in the game are? Again, other than the special stages, very important. Oh, it sucks, Jesse Ward, I'm sorry. switch palaces. Okay, what's a non-meme joking answer? The Butter Bridge stages. So, Mario World follows a very unusual difficulty curve path. Now, I'm almost positive that the specific reason it follows this path is because they were running out of time on development, because of the aforementioned we're developing for the SNES for the first time, we have no idea what we're doing problem I already talked about. But the thing is, they stop adding new concepts, and they stop escalating those concepts here. At these stages, so that those two stages, there's one down below, and then there's a water level down below. All 4 of these stages are the quote-unquote hardest stages of the game. Not because they're technically the hardest or whatever, but because this is when they stop trying to increase the difficulty curve with regards to the nature of jumps and enemy encounters. Again, going back to that whole concept of themes and how they apply them. So, we've got, for example, relatively small platforms with constant iterations, which are getting in the way of our jump arcs. Things that are pretty much guaranteed to hit us if we don't have the good reflexes in order to dodge them. I'll go ahead and grab an extra health there. Lots of enemies. You see how this is another enemy spam, an enemy bonanza level, as I like to call them. And the platforms we're on vary in how much room we have in order to navigate it based on how far we are into the stage. Sorry, Yoshi. That was actually just me screwing up. Straight up screw up. And I will admit that I know several people who tend to think of the either these stages or the ones right after it, the forest, as their favorite stages. Probably at least partially related to the aforementioned issue. I should have asked, before I even say that, once again, don't mean to preface that, what's your favorite chunk of stages? Because remember, Mario World is designed so stages should be part of a bundle, as opposed to just considering the stage individually. Why is it so hot in here? I'm sorry, I'm gonna go check the AC unit really quick. I'll be right back. It's supposed to be cold now. Why is it hot in here? Well, whatever. Just turned on the third fan. Listen, French philosopher. Chairs he just don't have time for y'all. He's kind of a snob, really. That's why I sit on him so much. Hey, stop being a snob. Sorry, I'm thinking. Okay. Back into it. No, come back. No, go away. I'm actually curious which stages will be my favorite this time through. Especially having done so many platformers recently. Well, the biggest problem I've been having, Trihexia, is my grocery store has very slowly been running out of certain stuff. Now, that mostly doesn't affect me, but it's going to, and let's just say that I have a fairly large amount of ham to drink from, in case I actually need it. I have a fairly large amount of meat in the freezer right now, just in case. And that's probably going to stay that way for the immediate future. That's the emergency fund, so to speak. Oh, that Charging Chuck really wants me, doesn't he? Listen, I'm not very flattered, but I'm a one-toadstool kind of guy, okay? Although, I think we can all agree, Mario works better with Pauline than with Peach. I don't have any chorizo, and you can probably guess why. Thank you very much, I drink from a ham. Always appreciate it, thank you. Well, I've also been stockpiling water, but... I mean, Pauline's legit, and I mean that with total sincerity. She actually came back in the handheld side games with the puzzle stuff. And then she was in Odyssey, and she was kind of awesome there. Mark of the Ninja. You got it. Thank you again. If you're still there. Who does Peach work best with? Man, I don't know. Yeah, Night just kind of got old for me. That's exactly the same problem I had. It was good, and then it was too much of the same without variation, you know? Too simple. The DS Mario minigames were good. I agree with that. Who does Peach work best with? I mean, you're not gonna like the answer. Because Daisy works with Luigi. Pauline works with Mario. Rosalina is actually kind of a solo act. That's how she is. That's how she functions. Yeah, no, the answer is Bowser. Peach and Bowser have the best chemistry between each other. Now, that's almost entirely in the RPGs, but that's because they're only characters in the RPGs. Whoop. I'm just saying, I'm really looking forward to Mario XCOM 2. I don't even remember what they call it, and I don't care, because it's Mario XCOM 2. I know I don't like to cape, but honestly, I'm just gonna nope out of this world, or this screen. Just nope, 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 nope. There we go. I never actually liked any of the rabbits, I'll admit. Congrats, Pika. Well, that sucks, period. I mean, there's a pretty good chance I'm going to end up buying this Gen 4 remix. Not actually for myself. For my niece. Either this coming Monday or the Monday after that, I'm going to go ahead and introduce my niece to Pokemon. Now, she already knows what Pokemon are. She already plays the card game. but she's never actually played the games. So we'll see what she takes to it. Can anyone guess the first one I'm going to have her play? Because it's not Gen 4, as I just mentioned. Rawr. Her favorite Pokemon is... this one Pokemon that I definitely remember the name of. Oh my god, I'm a terrible uncle. Hang on, let me just check my shopping history here. But yeah, I'm going to have her play Let's Go. She has a Switch, guys, so... What are you called? What are you called? What are you called? No! The item isn't available anymore. So it won't show me the store page. Rockruff! Okay. Rockruff is her favorite so far. Nope, Let's Go and not Shield. I think Let's Go is going to be a better entry level thing for her. It's similar to you know, Go, which she has actually played. And it also has actual mechanics and gimmicks to it. And it does some stuff very, very right, and blah, 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 blah. So yeah, she's going to be starting off with that one. I think I've mentioned before that Let's Go is actually my personal favorite. This is how you see if you like Pokemon game. Because while it does several things wrong, and it does, let's be clear about that, it is very Pokemon, right? If you want to know what a Pokemon game is, Let's Go is a Pokemon game, for good and bad. So it's a good way to... I couldn't figure out how to stop being a cape there. It's a good way to see if you like the Pokemon series. Now, I agree with Takoida, the Gen 3 remake is probably more seminal, but GBA and accessibility and availability, so... So instead we go with the one that she can actually have access to. I don't know why I did that. I mean, I can make that jump. It's the version I have, so that'll be Eevee. Listen, let me walk that back. Making ports is actually hard to do. There's a whole science and concept and effort that goes into it. There's a big gap between a good port and a bad port. This is especially relevant right now, because the GTA trilogy is showing us exactly what a bad port is. So thanks for that. Extremely likely Saberfin Wave. It would be legitimately hard to come up with positives for the actual Gen 1. Like, we could come up with 2 right off the bat, for the core combat and the core functionality. Team of 6, 4 moves. Yep, okay, so that's a positive. And that's all I got off the top of my head, is those 2 pluses. Well, one of the things I'm thinking, Pika, is if my niece actually gets into Pokemon, I might actually buy her Arceus. Well, the logic, which is always wrong, Computer Kid, is it's cheap and easy to make a cheap and easy port. You know, a bad port. So even if we don't sell very well, it doesn't matter because we spent very little money on it, right? This is what we call stupidity. I mean, short-term gain. I forgot about that. They're the bird people now. So this is one of the first pressure stages. Not counting the special stages, obviously we saw like 5 pressure stages in the special stages. The whole point of a pressure stage is to encourage you to keep going by keeping the pressure on. Now you notice how despite the fact that this is a pressure stage, it's actually a pretty low tier 1. Every time there isn't a bullet bill on the screen, a new one is fired. At a pretty regular cadence. In LTTP, Asinius? I'm gonna have to actually go with a classic on that one. These... I can't think of his name all of a sudden. Eyeball Dude. I can't think of his name. Oh my god. Vitreous. Vitreous is my favorite quick kill. Specifically with the silver arrows, which is just hysterical. And done. I mean, you see the logic behind it. It's just, it's so obvious to anybody who's thinking for even a fraction of a second why the concept of let's crap out a dumb port for immediate gain is a bad idea. Only in randomizers, Asinius. But I haven't played LTTP not as a randomizer in, probably about 15 years or so at this point. And I'm not counting the TAS in that either. So this is our introduction to the Magic Koopa. Well, they also, one of the other things they like to do, Computer Kid, and I've noticed this a lot, is they won't report refunds when it comes to reporting the quarterly earnings. Which is obviously kind of a relevant factor, because that is... So, for those of you not aware, a refund doesn't just cost a person the sale, right? There's extra time and effort put into the refund. And the significance of that is everything when it comes to a corporate action is money. Now, I don't mean that in a negative way. I mean, like, that's how that works, right? So, if you have a situation in which you have to allocate an employee's time to process and put out a refund, that's money. Make sense? Now, there's ways to automate that, of course. But even the task of setting up the automation for that involves time and money. So once again, even an automated system, it still costs you, if only a minor amount, more than the actual loss of the sale itself to do a refund. Now, generally speaking, you should do a refund, not only because you'll be slammed if you don't allow it, because we have rules about that nowadays, but also because not giving refunds is one of the most anti-consumer or customer things you can do. And that will severely damage your brand and your ability to have customers in the future. Then again, most companies don't seem to care about losing their customer base. So what the hell do I know? I mean, I obviously don't know anything about money because I'm poor. I shouldn't say poor, that's not true. I am okay. I can afford to get surgery this year. I can't complain. I mean, I could complain, but, you know. Not gonna. Oh yeah, there's also transaction fees, which is something that most people tend to forget about because I'm not sure why. I don't mean to do that, Sabacom. Really. If I didn't literally need money to keep surviving and also be able to take care of my family, then I would just shut down everything, you know? No Patreon, no thing. Oh yeah, we got another tech demo. We've already shown off one tech demo. Sorry, I should talk about the frickin' stages we're doing. So the first tech demo was the platform stuff, the fact that it's the crushers, except each one of them is, like, moving with it, so we have to move with them and avoid being crushed and navigate and yada yada. This is the other tech demo. Things pumping in and out of these things, and also, he totally falls into the lava, so I'm just saying, he's totally dead. Right? Like, he's dead, right? I mean, this would explain why the Koopalings don't show up for quite a while after this. Yes, I would, Pika. Witcher 3 and Civilization 6 are my go-tos for good Switch ports. Actually, that's not true. There's another one. Doom Eternal. Mario has triumphed over Lemmy Koopa of Castle Number 3. Mario's quest is starting to get much more difficult. Have you found the red and green switches yet? I guess that's true. A favorite D&D race? No, actually. I tend to find most D&D races kind of boring, personally. Come on, there we go. Alright, so, in my opinion, this is the worst stage in the game. Now you're probably like, why, Lore? Because I can't do the cape. Yeah, nope. See, I can't do the cape. Alright, we'll do it the legit way, but you'll see what I mean. I actually kind of need the cape, so we gotta go refill on capes. Let's go do that really quick. What do you mean, Mitch Connor? Who's talking where? Who's talking? Oh my god! Mitch Connor, are you hearing voices? Do we need to have a chat? Alright, listen. Those voices aren't real. Okay, they can't hurt you. Is there still a voice clip? Real question, because I thought that was turned off a while ago. Yeah, that shouldn't be there. But anyways, the old voice clips were from Alarak in StarCraft 2. And just to try and make them line up. There we go. Yeah, that's John Delancey as the actor, also known as John the Awesome. I don't think he's actually known as that, but he probably should be. Honestly, the only purpose behind the audio clips was to make sure that I could hear it. You know, so that I knew a donation was coming in, and now I've got the thing punching it into chat. In fact, I should probably turn off the Mega Man 3 sound effect for the donations, because that's not actually technically supposed to be on right now. Or if it is, it's supposed to be really quiet. So, one of the ways you can do this level is to do this. Sorry, I like his looking forward sprite, so I like to do that just so I can see him more. So, that was easy. Now the hard one. I'm gonna go ahead and be honest. I usually don't get this. In fact, I was in my 20s the first time I got this. This is what kept me from 96 exits, right here. Was this other exit. It leads to several stages, till 2 stages. And, yeah. Go ahead and make fun, it's cool, but I could not do this. Again, I'm not good at the cape, which is how you're supposed to do this. I cannot believe I got that first try. Years! Years I couldn't do that. This is also the only stage which has the torpedoes. Cities Skylines Pika is a good example of one. Also, the GTA Remastered Trilogy. And, Bloodstained. The first what, Asinius? Oh, it's just the normal exit that we've actually already gotten. That's just the standard exit which continues through the game. This leads to this little optional area. Oh, come on. I would argue that's the hardest exit in the game, but I'm curious if you have another one you think is worse, Shihale. Because there's some mean ones later, but I think that's the hardest one myself. Granted, I'm biased because I spent literally years getting it, but, you know, whatever. Oh yeah, apparently Sonic Colors was badly ported, which sucks, because it's Sonic Colors, and I love Sonic Colors. Hey, Javin. I was also going to play that version of Sonic Colors. In fact, I own that version of Sonic Colors. Whoop. Yeah, someday Kingdom Hearts might actually get a port to the Switch. We'll see. Oh! Hey, John. Did I say hi? Oh, well. I say hi again! Infinite hellos! Yeah, here's the definitive edition. Hey, bud, I'll pay you $10 to make a definitive edition of this game. Anyways, this is how we access this star. Now we have an extremely brief mountain level. Based on what I've read, this is supposed to be a full world, a mountain world, and instead it kind of got baked into the bridge world. Because, you know, they were rushed in the development of this game. To my knowledge, Torpedo Ted doesn't show up. Actually, I'm walking that back. I think he shows up in one of the 3D ones, but I don't remember where. Yeah, I mean, I hate to keep using it as the example, but, like, if you can get Doom 4 or Doom 5 or Witcher 3 or Civilization 6 working just fine on a Switch, maybe you should look into why you can't get your game working on the Switch. Just a thought, you know? But I know. Why would we bother to put time and effort into something when we could crap out something cheap for less? Well, first of all, it would probably be the equivalent of LTTP. Exactly gonna give it. Second of all, thank you, Zed Slayer, as always. Third of all, fourth of all, I will put that towards whatever you just put it towards, which I think was the Metroid block. Let me double check. Yes. Accidentally hit W instead of S, but that's okay. I hit S when I hit W, so we're okay. Yeah, imagine Cyberpunk on the Switch. I don't have to, because that's what the PS4 version is. By the way, notice how they actually give you this here to deal with this problem. Yeah, we went pretty much straight to Star Road, and then we moved forwards. It felt like the best way to show everything off. Exactly, an uncommon route. Died a lot. And I gotta get those in, you know, it's mandatory to die a lot on a low runner stream. I would be on brand if I didn't. No. Oh, whatever. So. It's true. This is fall season, right? Right. And we're already up to Ludwig's castle. Probably Bloodborne, Colin Blue, so. So again, tech demo. One of the more interesting ones, actually. Narrow passageways with things that you have to avoid, or take damage. Again, every single one of these stages has a bit of a theme to it, and them trying something else out new with the hardware. Alright, how many of you found this completely by accident the first time? Left, middle, right. Then we got right. Nope. We got middle. And left. And right. So one of my favorite little sections here. Boop! I always like these kind of things which effectively put the traps themselves in the hands of the players. There's no second switch though, so you better book it. I remember my dad on this level was like, oh god! Because he wasn't going full tilt. And he just got crushed. Like, where's the exit? Ah! Not that I would ever make fun of my dad, but it was hilarious. Watching him die! Or, it was an unfortunate accident, really, but... Yeah. I was showing off stuff. Should be an infinite time mode. Alright, Ludwig, what's your thing? Throwing fireballs. And spinning around a lot. Oh! There's that Mode 7 thing. That's actually not Mode 7. I forget what that's called. It's morphing a sprite on the fly. I forget what that's called. Good afternoon, Delbach. Yeah, they really messed with the order and made Larry last for some reason. I don't know what that's all about. So we haven't given any pluses to story yet, but there's one this game is going to get. Ludwig von Koopa's days of composing Koopa symphonies in Castle Number 4 are over. The Forest of Illusion lies ahead. Mario must use his brain to solve the puzzles of this perplexing forest. Yeah, all the colors are changed, and the appearances are kinda changed, and yeah. But yeah, those little cutscenes are totally getting applause. If nothing else, they're humorous, to me. Maybe I'm the weirdo, I don't know. Alright, I've been sitting here processing as I've been kind of memorying my way through most of these stages. I think I know what I want to do. So we're going to do this, and then... So, plus for Donut Land, plus for Vanilla Dome, plus for the bridge, plus for the bridge, plus for the castles. And I'm still debating another one. So. Welcome to the forest. Don't worry, it's nowhere near as bad as Outrageous. So, I'm gonna go ahead and be honest. I know most of this game by memory, but I don't remember all the exits of these areas by memory. Ah, that makes sense, Javin. I figured, but I didn't want to say it without being sure, because I do that too often, and I shouldn't do that. Oh, this is also my favorite leveling, getting live spot in the game right here. Right here, specifically. Here, I'll go and show it off. Hang on. This is where I farm lives if I need to farm lives in this game. I don't know how many that was, but it was a couple. So that one goes left. I feel like there's also a down. But yeah, last I checked, the SNES couldn't even render three-dimensional objects without a special chip. Like, well, Mega Man X2 or Mega Man X3, which we've already covered, Star Fox, and of course, Stunt Racer FX, the greatest FX game of all time. Actually, I'm aware of that, Delbach, because the Final Fantasy VI-T edition is actually on the list. I don't know if you were aware of that. Trying not to fly here. Since, like, a year and a half ago, I want to say. I could actually look, because I keep track of that kind of thing. But that would require me to hit the stream brakes. Ugh. Ah, this frickin'... Okay, fine. A little the slow way. While we're doing this, we'll look really quick. There it is. Final Fantasy VI-T edition has been on the list for 381 days, which is also the max. So it's been on the list since before we were keeping track of how long things were on the list for. There was an English translation at the time. It just wasn't complete. We did know that they were working on one, though, so it was just kind of a whatever. So you might be noticing there's no real rhyme or reason to the forest stages. This is part of that whole, well, we've stopped designing problem. I'm saying that wrong. Obviously, there is still design to these stages. This is still a Mario game. But as I said before, they were rushed. They were trying to get through this because they were trying to compete, because Nintendo... Yeah, the design continuity, thank you. There's still design, but the design continuity is effectively thrown out the window. Now, there is one exception to that. And we'll talk about that when we get there. But for the most part, it's just, here's a stage. Now, there's nothing necessarily wrong with that, although I do think it is to the game's detriment. My god, that would be messed up, wouldn't it? Everything here is just an illusion. That was the exceptions alone that I was just referencing. Come on. No. That poor fish. Alright, come on. Come on. What? Hold up. Hang on. I keep forgetting I have the cape. Ah! I had to adjust for the cape, and that screwed me. That screwed me over. Oh. I think it's my last chance to get one. Either that or there's one more. I actually don't remember. But we got one. I'm happy with at least one. Now to see if I can remember all the other exits for this world. You can go through the forest. So one thing I do like about the Forest of Illusion, in terms of the overall design, is you can get through it very quickly. So much of it is optional that it's just, you can do, I think, a total of 3 stages and then be done with the whole area. Okay, got rid of that stupid cape. God damn it, no! Well, we're stuck with the worst power-up in the game. Again. A story where it's just another day at the office? Other than my favorite, movie by the best director in the world, which I can't think of his name, of course, because why would I? I mean, Arkham Asylum is arguably just another day in the office, to its detriment. I don't think Stanley Parable qualifies, because especially if you go the intended route, it's kind of a big, you know, oh my gosh, we've got to unveil this big, hideous secret thing, kind of a thing. Yeah, Papers, Please would qualify. And I will never play that game again. Well, yeah, but the whole story isn't about that, Delbach. So this is a cool gimmick that they never really used to good effect after this. Here's enemies and obstacles. And they're in bubbles. The moment those bubbles interact with something, they pop out, and they are now standard obstacles. This is also the stage that was remixed into the outrageous stage that we mentioned earlier. Listen, Gordon just isn't some kind of pencil pusher, alright? He's got real important work to do. He's got to push a thing into another thing. Do you know how hard that is to do? Do you know how many PhDs and degrees he had to get just to be able to do that? No, Papers, Please is a very good game. It's just, it's a little bit too real for me. A little bit too depressing. This doesn't feel like the path forward at all. Huh. Well, hang on, let's see if we can figure out where to actually go in that stage. And at some point we're gonna have to do that ghost house, which I'm actually dreading just a little bit. Now, I actually don't remember which pipe it is. So we'll figure it out as we go. But yes, I should probably show off what Jovin's referencing. I don't need the lives. Okay, let me get a full momentum jump here. Not. That's sakes. Oh, come on! Did you see that? How I ran into it and then just kind of like that, and it just kills your momentum instantly. Yeah, no, the designers knew what they were doing when they made this game. For good and for bad. If it's in the last pipe, I'm gonna laugh. At that point, it's just do the stage again. The whole stage. Whoop. Don't mind me. Hang on, we're not done in the forest. Even though that's the end. See what I mean? 3 stages. Boom. Done. You can even choose which 3 you do. I mean, the question is, did he stop it with his body? I mean... Like, that sounds like they would kill everyone on board, you know? Okay. So there's a door up there. Huh, I hope we learned our lesson about being able to climb up into those upper areas from the previous castle. Now, if my terrible, terrible memory serves, we have quite a few routes through this one, and I don't remember where all of them are. As I said, I don't actually remember where all the exits are. So, no promises on managing all that. I would say it's already that complicated, Gum Gum, but otherwise, no, I am not seeking to do that. It's either going to happen or it isn't. Yep, so now we're up here. Now we saw a door to the left. We gotta be a little cautious, though. This is also when the Boo's concept of being pranksters started being a thing for the first time. Yeah, I'm streaming Exact Chapter. I'll look at it later. Oh no, the ghost houses are totally getting at least 1+. The only question is how many pluses do we give the ghost houses in general? So I like how that's a trap. He's just there. In fact, I should probably show that off. I gotta do the stage a second time anyways. Whatever. This is the Lakitu stage. It's not obvious. That'll do. You mean other than the fact that it's short games? Question mark? I mean, we're gonna beat this game today, for example. I cannot believe I messed with that. Well, okay. We'll go and go for the other exit while we're here. I mean, think about it, Zach Teft. Okay, here's the train, and stopped! And they're all dead. I feel like there's an exit in the ghost house, I think. But anyways, so to show this off properly, if you don't get the 1-up, this becomes kind of an interesting little, you know, avoidance game. Which I actually like it when they pull things like this. That'll do. Because now the power-up is the thing I'm trying to avoid. Because if I get it, he'll start doing the other crap. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yeah. No, but I should probably give a plus to mid-mission checkpointing in general. It's not terrible, and of course, as you say, it gives you a little bit of a mushroom to kind of help you out. Although, of course, only the first time through. Yep. Yeah. Sure did, Mr. Red. Why do you ask? I mean, you yes? I'm actually confused by why you're even asking that, to be completely honest. What would lead you to think that I wouldn't? Frickin' Lukido. Sorry, one second. I need to figure out the exits I'm missing here. So there's that one, and this one. Is that it? Okay, so apparently there is an exit I missed in here, as I thought. Let's go do that. Oh, you're looking at the who's put money towards what thing? Yeah, God, I don't even remember the last time I've updated that. See around 50, five finger. Fifth finger? God, I don't know how to say that, I'm sorry. Yeah, but wouldn't that also involve a sudden stop, Zactaft? Yep, there it is. There's the other exit right there. I was right. I should hope so. I did just Google it. And if Google has failed me... I mean, if you can't trust Google, who can you trust? Am I right? I don't think I have advice on creating fictional language. Google it is literally my advice, because there's a whole series of things that goes into a conlang. And a lot of people have done a lot of thought on that. Way better than anything I could ever come up with. What you're saying is they're secretly dead, but they were replaced by actors who are pretending like they're okay. That makes sense. God, I can't even remember how long I played this game before the first time I even saw a moon. Sweet! Unlocked! Moons are just 3-ups instead of 1-ups. That's all they are. Okay. Whoop. Well, the first thing he could do, Zactaft, is kill everyone on board, and then he would stop it. Okay, yeah. Yeah, I remember. I played the Fizzith. That's later. Okay, and I think that's every exit here. I think we've got them all. So this is kind of a fun level. This is another just playing around with a concept level. Nothing really fancy about it. Which is why I'm going to die on it, because I said that. This is the easiest level in the entire game. Everything's going to be pathetically a joke, and I'm not going to die at all. I'm not even going to hit. There's going to be no death in this stage. Now I'm all on edge. Just get these coins to console me. I hear that's what rich people do. They just get coins. They count them. And it's like, oh. Like, it's something that just kind of relaxes them, you know? All joking aside, this is a breather stage. It is intended to be a breather stage. This is just them playing with the idea. No, said Slayer. To my knowledge, there is no difference whatsoever between Mario World and Mario All-Stars World. The main difference for me is that that's the one that I had access to immediately. So... Okay, Forest of Illusion, mostly done. With 2 exceptions. Cool. Oh, cool. Oh, I thought I could make that. I mean, I could have made that, but I'm terrible. Yeah. So you like spikes, wheels, which is, I think this is actually the first time we've been introduced to these things, and, not counting the special worlds, and giant pressers, right? As with virtually everything in this game, you could spin jump on. You notice I don't spin jump? You've probably been wondering why that is, even though it's one of the most common techs in this game. That's because this is on the A button. Now, I don't know about you guys, but holding down Y and then hitting A is possible for my hand. Yeah, it's available, but it's not happening, especially not with any kind of consistency or any kind of accuracy. Doing jumps like I just did with the A button is not happening. So I don't even try. I just kind of got out of the habit of ever even using it. As a direct consequence of the aforementioned, I didn't know for years that you could spike jump on a lot of things. Or, sorry, spin jump on a lot of things. How many years? When I sat down to work on the task for Mario Kaiser World, is when I discovered you could spin jump on certain things. And today is the day I discovered that you can run using the X button. So. Still not going to do it. But that explains how people can do that without absolutely destroying their hands. Do you know you can run with the X button? I'm legit serious. I didn't actually know that. I didn't actually know that. See, now just to do it, I gotta show that off a little bit here. Now that we finished Forest of Illusion. Good stages, no real theme to them, as we already mentioned. Unless you count Forest as a theme, which I don't. Speaking of themes and gimmicks, this is our first introduction to the caterpillar. Notice how, once again, they're continuing to use these things as a ways to change and alter the way you interact with the game. Now, if you really want to cheese this stage, you just do that trick, but we're not going to do that. It changes the angles at which these potaboos come in, so it kind of makes some of this a lot easier if you do that. And it makes most of these fall in a place where they're not even a danger to. Oh, and as with the recurring theme of platforming in this game, it makes you keep moving. The distinction there is important. It's not a platform that's carrying you, like the stage we did just 2 stages ago. Instead, you actually have to keep moving on it. It doesn't move without you, right? Which may sound like a duh thing. But it's its own little thing. We're just going to do this really quick, and then wait very patiently. Then we're going to go under, and then do this. And then we're not going to die. Somehow. We also introduced the Bowser statues. Roy is, of course, just Morton. Whoops. Because he's pure evil, Zactef, obviously. Have you never seen Optimus Prime? He's a berserker. I admit, even to this day, these make me grin. Mario found his way through the Forest of Illusion and has put an end to Roy Koopa of Castle Number 5. Onward to the dangerous, but tasty, Chocolate Island. Virtually non-existent, Ross. It is there. To say it's not there at all would be inaccurate. Like, you could see it right there. But, yeah. So, welcome to Dinosaur Land. Now, hang on. Oh no, we're gonna stream till we're done, Mr. Red. We're 2 worlds from the end, and we've already done the hard stuff. Let me check my notes, because I'm pretty sure I'm not that stupid, but I might be. You never know, you never know. Whoops. I am apparently that stupid. Okay. Oh, let's keep the HUD updated. Right there, and there's our... Oh, we already get the pluses. Okay, sure, whatever. So, back into it. So yeah, even though they call this Chocolate Island, I'm not sure why exactly, this is Dinosaur Island. This is when we finally start seeing dinosaurs as regular enemies. If you've been paying attention, we haven't been seeing them to date. Now, if you're asking why, I actually have no idea. I will say this, from what I understand, this was one of the worlds that was done prior to finishing up all the other stuff, but I don't know with total certainty. Hey. Hang on, there we go. Oh yeah, Yoshi is either a dinosaur or a lizard in this game. They actually use both terms to describe him for some reason. Don't ask me why. Hi. Zetzler is correct. There were the couple of dinosaur dudes in the very first area. They are dragon coins, that's true. So, to my knowledge, this is one of the very few ghost houses with not many exits. I hesitate on saying that because I forget if this has 1 or 2 exits, but I know it doesn't have many, and also, this is, in my opinion, the hardest ghost house, and probably one of the funner ones, as a direct consequence of that. That was on me. But yes, this exact game is where the term Yoshi drums come from. Ironically, I'm not sure if we're going to give the Yoshi drums positive, because all it does is add the drums for when you're on Yoshi. it's not that big of a thing, and it doesn't really add to the thing for whatever reason. So, yeah, I think there's 2 exits here, but I'm hesitating because I don't actually remember with total certainty, so we'll find out. But yeah, that's also probably the hardest enemy in the entire game, up above me right there, and I'm not joking about that. So his movement, he goes up and down, and he goes left and right. However, he also homes in on you based on not only your current speed, but your current X position. Oh, absolutely, Zillow. This is the innovator for Yoshi Drone. Are you kidding me? See you around, Javan. Enjoy the demons, and the killing the demons, and feeding demons to other demons, and... Look, there's a lot of demons in SMT. What do you want from me? Mark would be having a banquet, that's all I'm saying. Oh no, the boo saw me, no, no. Oh no, it's coming after me, no. Please don't eat me, Mr. Boo. Please, no. Please don't kill me. With your delicious boo-ness. No. I don't know why I did that. I don't even need the lives. I've been through Forest of Illusion. I won't need lives for the rest of the game. Arrogance mode. Go. So that was the correct exit. We are trying to do all the exits. Let's see if we can find the fake exit. This is the only ghost house that might get a separate positive. I'm going to debate that as we go through here, but I'm kind of leaning towards it. This is a pretty wonderfully challenging level, and it does its escalation theme beautifully. Between the platform... So there's that thing, which I think is unique to this stage, where the floor goes away. To that guy, who, as I said, is the hardest enemy in the game, and that was not an exaggeration. To the dinosaur ghosts and their formations, specifically designed to try and encourage you to jump while jumping, while avoiding. Like, it may not seem like much, but we're dodging 3 things at once here for most of these sections! That's funny, Breakwin. Oh, wow. Okay. Is there another exit to this? I'm gonna look this up. Hang on. Let's look this up. Is there another exit here? Because I don't actually remember one. Let's see here. Let's check. Choco Ghost House. Here we go. Nope. There is only one exit. What do you know? Okay. Now, this stage has an interesting exit. Or 2. This is probably the most complex stage in the game, and is another stage that probably deserves a positive by itself. But what really matters is whether or not it tells us that, or if we have to just figure it out for ourselves. I'm not going to explain myself. Those of you who played this game already know what I'm referencing, though. I'm also going way too slow. Wait! I got this exit. No, I mean, that can go forward, but that wasn't the exit I want. So, let's see if they actually explain it here. Here, the coins you collect or the time remaining change your progress. Can you find the special goal? So it does actually explain it. I don't remember the combinations, if I'm being completely honest. Okay, whatever. Let's get these 2 coins. fame area. Hang on. I guess I can just do this. Okay. I don't know if dragon coins count. Does anyone know if dragon coins count? Either way, that's 2. We need more than 2. Whoa! Okay, well, that counts. The dragon coins have to count. Or, there's things like that, so that's 1. Okay. 3, 4, 5. And no more. 6, 7. Hang on, hang on. Give me a minute, give me a minute. No, don't. Well, that's 6. So if that counts, I'm going to get another one just to be safe. That should be 10. Looks promising. Mr. Dinosaurs. But hang on. There's another exit. This one's even harder to get. You gotta be careful this time. So, we can do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 if it counts, which I think it does. 8, 9, 10. 11. Yeah, I think I just screwed up. I think I screwed up twice. 12. Well, if you leave chocolate out for too long, Ross. 13. 14. How many do I need for this? Ooh, okay. 15. 16. 17. Back? Yes. 18. 19. No need to be rude, Gum Gum. Just trying to help. I am 3 coins short. Where the heck is the extra coin? Hang on, let's pull up a map here. I happen to have right here. No, it's understandable. I just want to be nice and clear. There we go. Okay. What am I missing? Doesn't look like... Hang on. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. So you have to get 6 coins from that. Is it even possible to get 6 coins from that? I mean, theoretically, it has to be. So there's 1. 2. I should probably do the hard part first, which is this. 3. Okay, so that's 18. 19, 20, 21. We're good. Yoshi doesn't know how to go up things, so... we actually have to fly here, so I hope you figured that out by now. And this leads us back here. Okay. I wasn't sure if it was a different exit. Looks like it is not. A bunch of points. You like points, right? I thought I had enough speed. I did not. Okay, so we've shown off that stage properly. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go with my gut. I think we're officially... So, I had this thought before we even got into this game, that Mario World would be the first time I start giving out pluses for individual stages. And you're probably thinking, Laura, you're dumb and stupid. You used to do that for Mega Man all the time. Yes, but Mega Man kind of does more with its level design than Mario does. Because Mario has far more stages than Mega Man does. That's pretty much always been true. I mean, think of 96 exits isn't how many stages there are, but there's still something like 70 stages in this game. Compared to, like, the 12 that a Mega Man game has, right? That being said, I do think we'll start giving out a couple of individual positives for this one. And one of them is for that ghost house right there. I'm not sure what I think of this stage. Do we think this stage deserves its own positive? The one we just did, Chocolate Island 2. Let's do this real quick, just make sure. Yep. I mean, it does tell you need coins and things, but I will admit the secret exit is a little bit... There's only 2 exits, despite there being 3 paths through the stage, which is interesting in its own right. And yeah, to my knowledge, that's the only time they use it. I suppose we'll show this off since we did unlock it. No, the first argument is that Chocolate Island is the best stage... level? World in the game. Actually, by memory, I do recall... Jesus! Liking... Ah! That football! It's after me. Oh, God! Oh, God, the footballs! Quick! Get out of here. We're okay. Everything's okay. Just because I don't like American football. I'd like it better if they called it gridiron. Actually, so, real talk for just a second. Based on my friends and family who are into gridiron, I would probably be a lot more into college football. NFL is not interesting to me. It hasn't been for a very long time. Now, some of you in chat are probably smiling at that because lol. Those of you who don't get that, college football here in the States has been taking off for the last several decades at this point. To the point where, in several ways, it is actually already a bigger sport in terms of money and interest and viewing figures than the NFL. So, apparently I'm just slow on picking up on that particular change. Notice how, once again, they're using the escalation thing for each area. It depends, Edslayer, but yes is the answer to your question. That's one of the problems with college football. And we're at the end, but again, we're not gonna do that. We're gonna go back. Why would the school put money it makes into the school? Do you think teachers need to make money? What the hell's wrong with you? Why would you pay a teacher? Sorry, that's a huge sticking point for me. And not just because my sister is a teacher. Hang on. Beep, beep. Hey, Damashi. That's true. Instead of paying people, we could just hoard all our money and just kind of incestuously constantly reinvest it in the same 5 things over and over again and pretend we're making more money. Each time the numbers go up, we get a little dopamine hit. I don't mean metaphorically. I mean, we've literally got a device hooked up to us so that every time we hit a new number, new dopamine hit. Oop. Whee! Sorry. That's actually amusing, Zactap, but that is a little on the nose. Whoop, whoop, whoop. Yep, yep, yep. What's doubly irritating to me, for anybody who's gone to high school in the States, is... That's sorry, that was my leg. Popped my knee there. Some schools are very well funded. Not by the government, not by the state, not by the county, but by the parents. Anybody here ever been to a rich kid's school? Because I have. That was my high school. I think I've mentioned this several times on camera before. The specific reason my mother moved to where we moved when I was going to high school was because she did her research, found a school that was very well funded and had lots and lots of extracurricular activities, and said, that's where we're moving. And so we picked up and moved there, so I would be in that district, so I would get to go to the school that had money for high school. Now, whether that's good or bad is, of course, up to you, but I do have to admit that most of why I have experience with cameras or... got a lot of stuff, actually. Film, cinematography in general, the television, so I did television productions, a lot of theater, a lot of sound design, a lot of lighting design. All of that stuff was because I was going to that school. Oh, and by the way, I was not rich. I certainly wasn't poor. You know, I had an N64, for God's sakes. But I was kind of over there, if you know what I mean. The only thing I had going for me was that it was me. You know, I've gotten that question several times today, Damashi. It's a very popular question. I prefer the leaf, though. Thank you for watching my show, Pika. I will put that towards Yoshi's Island. Which I know you're excited about. I mean, I am, too. No, she didn't, Von Falkenstein. She didn't have that kind of money. Hell, my N64 came from my grandmother. Nope, that's death. Oh wow, Bregman, that's terrible. I do remember I had to take a few tests to apply to the school that I just mentioned. My high school. But I crushed those like a bug, so that was no issue. Well, I usually don't like to talk about that in general, Disco. Especially when it's not polemic day. However, I actually have no problem telling you that it wasn't actually present at all. That was the other high school in town. Remember that that's not a rotating platform this time and not be an idiot. I mean, more of an idiot than I already am. Yeah, generally speaking, you don't have that kind of thing in the States unless it is specifically a Catholic school or whatever. Which I don't know if those still exist. I know they used to because I've actually been to one. It was alright. Honestly, I can't even tell you what's... And, like, if it ever affected anything, because I have a memory of it affecting anything, but... It's neither here nor there. It was Kansas, Spartan. Best exit in the game, by the way. I mean, obviously we're doing 96 exits, but I had to at least show that off once. There we go. I'm not actually sure. We can't check. Okay, actually, let me walk that back. I don't know of a way to check how many exits we're at and without quitting out, and that means saving first, so we can't do that until we finish Fortress. So, give me a bit. Let's see if we can figure it out in a minute here. We got a whole world left still, but... Sorry, I really like this song. Yeah, molten chocolate. I mean, anybody who's ever had liquid metal, or, I'm saying that wrong, molten liquid on their skin knows exactly how unpleasant that is. Oil, in my case. Thwimps. I've actually had molten sugar, too. I wasn't thinking about that. That happened during a baking incident. Oh, no, it's good, Justin. In fact, if I haven't given it a positive, I need to. I love how those things make this, which is actually kind of a tricky jump normally. Substantially easier. I don't know, what do we think? What do we think about getting our mushroom and then immediately losing... Oh, we didn't lose it. Holy crap. Find me. I've had glue, too. Molten glue, or hot glue, or whatever you want to call that. Yeah, glue from a glue gun. Yeah, we haven't given any pluses to music yet, which we are going to. Maybe only one. We're definitely giving at least 1 plus to music. One of the first yellow stages here. So we just quit and save, so... Let's see what we're up to. I should probably save stated just in case, but we're probably fine. We're up to 82 exits. No, don't erase the file. You've got to be kidding, Belvedere's. Okay. Anyways. But those aren't rhinos, Spartan. They're Triceratops. Called Reznors, and they spit fire. I mean, what more do you want? They're Triceratops that spit fire. Okay. We've given tutorialization. We've given stages. Several stages. We have not given any other kind of positive, so, gosh, we're going to have an interesting time auditing this one. But let's go ahead and give the checkpoints one down. We should at least give that music one. God, this is gonna rate really highly, isn't it? Because we haven't even done the audit yet where we cover the quote-unquote, you know, the little pluses. Like aspects of terrain design or jumping mechanics or animation design. Sprite work, brickwork. Let's talk about that now. What do we feel about the sprite work and the brickwork in this game? Because I think it's not that great, to be honest with you. I could see a total positive for all of the graphics in this game, to just kind of bundle it into one positive. But, like, the brickwork's okay, and the sprite work's okay. This is no Yoshi's Island, though, you know? Again, I've seen SNES games with better stuff, and of course there will be many SNES games with better stuff. I mean, the sprites aren't bad, and they are very indicative, too. Like, virtually every enemy is distinct. We're probably going to give an enemy variety plus. It's a Mario game, of course it's getting an enemy variety plus. See, I would agree with that, the Gonzo. Like, there's some parts of the game that do look really good, and then there's some parts that just don't. We'll have to talk about that when we get to the final world, too. Bowser's Valley. I don't like how chill this song is. You probably can't even hear it on stream. Speaking of enemies that show up in Mario Maker a bunch. Or Kaizos. Oh, that sounds really good, Colin Peluso. So hang on, so we were just talking about... We've got graphics. We've got enemy variety. I'm going to give a plus that this is one of the only Mario games that's getting this plus. I mean, there's probably like 3 others that might get it. Can anyone guess what it is before I type it up? Or if you're looking at the document. I should probably update the HUD. I keep forgetting to do that. One of these days, I'll figure out a way to automate that. That's not true. That'll probably never happen. would probably have to completely change the format of how I give pluses at all in order to do that. Yes, there's so much sex in Mario Brothers. You don't even know. It's everywhere. They don't even know it's sex. Thanks, Yoshi. Oh, it was all for nothing. It was all for nothing. Oh god, yeah, we just lost our 40 lives we had. It's whatever. Well, clearly Mario is evil and dumb and stupid, and god, that's such a dumb video. I know clickbaiting is a thing, I understand that it works. It's so dumb. So, Wendy's Castle. Yeah, I could just hit up the forest stage really quick if I actually need lives. Right? Because we're into the hard... we're into the hard... We're into the hard stuff, not counting special. Sorry. I'm not even going to tell you, Damashi. I don't want other people to go watch it. So, these are actually my favorite obstacles in the game. And they brought them back for, I think, Mario 3D World. I don't remember if they were in the Galaxies, but I know they brought them back for 3D World. Not only are they kind of awesome, they just kind of look cool. Oh. And then we're dead. I might go ahead and get some lives really quick. Okay, let's go ahead and do this really quick. Don't mind me. Wait, seriously, Valvatrix? That's where that comes from? Wendy's like, wait, where's he going? Going to gear up. Do a montage. Even Rocky had a montage. Woo! Sorry. Look, I'm not Maverick, okay? I don't have a singing... Well, I mean, I do have a singing voice, but I haven't used it in a while. There's only one Rocky montage that confuses me. And that's the one in, I think that was 3. Where, like, they just start splashing around in the ocean, and I can't actually tell why they're so happy. It's just kind of weird. Like, they're all happy and dancing and splashing in the water. I'm just confused. I don't understand. Oh no, I'm a terrible writer, Gum. Are you kidding me? Just look at the Trek rewrite. Which violates the truth of what Star Trek should be, and is terrible and pessimistic and awful and horrible and evil. According to Lore Reloaded's comments, not mine. You guys have been awesome. As you always are. Yep. Hi. Yep. That means what? Hi. Well, that's okay. We got some lives. Let's do it. Sorry. I like this song. In all seriousness, I tend to hum along to this song without meaning to. You know what I mean by that? Like, it just happens, and you have to catch yourself and be like, whoops, sorry, I didn't mean to be humming with that. What's really funny is, in my experience, almost all the castle songs are legit in this franchise. Like, even in, like, the new series. So this is a thing. Remember how we all those themes? Well, this is our theme for this level. Actually went a little bit too early, but that's okay. I've heard that, or at least I've heard a remix of that manner of dub walking. Yeah, it's legit. No! Ugh! I knew that there was no recovering that, so I figured, I'll just sit here and die. Okay, that's cool. That's cool. This is probably one of the better castles, though. I might give it a plus by itself. What do we think? What are we thinking? How are we thinking? How are we feeling? What's our feeling? What's our doing? How we doing? Yeah, the sparks are back. There's a lot of enemies on this one. Yeah, Wendy's castle is nice and mean. No! Damn, that's like a second off. That's okay. One second. I'm gonna pull some up in the background here. There we go. So, yeah, we've got to talk about the overall travel. I'm not gonna go for that. Speed, too. It is a little bit slow, which is a little bit irritating, especially when you just want to get from point A to point B. It wasn't an issue in Mario Bros. 3, because A, it was actually faster in Mario 3, but B, it was less distance you had to cover in general. Like, even the longest distance you had to travel in Mario 3 was World 6. Just not that bad. That was distracting. That's on me. Let's go ahead and acknowledge the thing that I myself did. Let's see here. Which Mario was that? So I don't actually remember. There it is. It is New Super Mario Brothers Wii. And this is my favorite castle theme right here. That doesn't blend well. Anyways, that's a long song, and I can't beat the game, so moving on. Ooh, interesting timing, but we made it work. Okay. Don't mind me. Now, the most difficult battle in the known history of the universe. A reskin. Actually, it is slightly different. There's 2 Pottabos instead of 1. And the terrain is actually easier to navigate for some reason. Have fun in the lava. That's for killing me in Mario 3. And we see Nintendo's policy on emulation on display here. Wendy O. Koopa in Castle Number 6 has sung her last song. Mario must meet the challenge that is now before him. There is a sunken ship that appears to be a gateway to the Valley of Bowser. So, extremely small bit of continuity that always amused me. So, the story here, because there is actually a story here, is after we beat Mario 3, Bowser and his Koopa kids escaped on the last airship they had. That's this airship. It crashed here, and then they decided to go ahead and take over Dinosaur Land while they were here anyways. This is one of the reasons why certain enemies don't come back, whereas certain ones do. It's about as much of a narrative as you're going to get in this game, so enjoy it for what it is. And yeah, no lunch break. Couldn't even see that bullet. There it is. I'm gonna be disappointed if I don't see at least one person in chat say the stupid meme at the end of the stage, by the way. It's a stupid meme, but damn it. So this is one of my favorite gimmicks in the whole game. Notice they change each time. There's also... What makes this not be mean is there's a bit of leeway time. Twice now, I've actually been on one of these boos when they started fading in, but they have to completely fade in order to actually do damage to you. And then I run into that guy like an idiot, but, you know, whatever. Yeah, no, this stage is probably getting a positive by itself. I enjoy this stage quite a bit. It's funny because this is the stage that, like, you are least inclined to see on a playthrough, I guess is the way I want to phrase it, because there's so many ways to skip it. I mean, they all involve going to Bowser's Valley early, but it is actually pretty easy to go to Bowser's Valley early. I feel like I just said that, Diligent Dodo, which proves to me that you don't watch me. Or, actually, listen to me might be a way to phrase that. That's okay, I don't listen to me either. One time when I was streaming Galaxy, I actually said something and I was like, wait, shoot. What did I just say? Nobody knew what I had said. Nobody in chat did. I actually hit a serious depression cycle. No joke. It was actually really, really, really depressing that nobody was listening to what I just said. I'm not accusing you of that, Diligent Dodo. I try to make fun of it now to not get depressed. Oh my god! I don't have that much air power. Whee! And orb. Which originates from this game. That's where the meme comes from. Which is funny, because Mario 3 actually did it first, but whatever. See, now I'm not sure. As I've been listening to the soundtrack, I'm kind of changing my mind on what my favorite song is. This is one of the other ones I was listing as my favorite. By the way, I love it. You can see Bowser just kind of... You remember how I used to draw the Mario 3 castle because I'm a total loser? I used to do the same thing with the Mario World one. Now, hypothetically, this should be when the stages get mean. If I'm being honest... And I'm totally gonna die and be stupid because of this, but from memory... Yeah, I knew that was gonna happen. From memory, the Chocolate Land stages are actually meaner than this. Oh, speed, which we totally need to give a positive to that, to the sunken airship, because hell yeah! Here, listen to this while I do that. I would agree, Delbach. Because there is one specific stage which is mean in the sunken, in the valley, but... Yep, okay. Alright, back to the game. So, I'll be real. I can't think of any other gameplay negatives to give this game other than the one we've given. So I challenge you. Not Dakota, he'll just come up with everything. I'm kidding, Dakota. If you have any actual negatives, go for it. But I challenge the negatives. And yeah, that's one of my mixes, Rex. And all of the mix... So I generally only play my mixes on stream for the aforementioned reason you just mentioned. So yeah, that's why. Like, the bosses aren't really good, but I'm not sure if they're negative worthy, for example. By memory, the bosses are one of the weakest parts of this game. Like, the level design is just incredibly good. And then there's the bosses. Don't mind me. Yeah, we should probably talk about the bosses, for real. What do we think about bosses? Because they're not a positive. They're not. Even Bowser is just kind of, okay. What we need to decide is if they are a negative or a wash. We even have an emote for that. What? Like, I don't mind repeat bosses, but I kind of prefer the more recent Mario games. Damn it, I walked into that, too. Where, it's the same boss, but with a different pattern, or it's the same boss with a different gimmick, or the terrain's different. You know, something's done to vary up the boss fight to make it different. You know, the Boom Boom and whatever her name is fights in Mario World are a great example of that. Hey, you... don't mind me. Don't mind me. Not here. Okay. Net. I'm trying to kill me, God. But that's our job. Well, okay. It is hard to stay employed in the current economic climate, so... I mean, I'm fine with giving a game negatives. Honestly, I'm not expecting a lot of negatives in Mario World because it's Mario World. It is one of the better designed games ever. Well, guess I'll die. We could build an aggregate, because the squiggly was mentioned. And the jump indicator, which I still don't actually know what that means, because I'm stupid. We've also got the overworld movement, we've got the bosses. That's a bit of a glitch. Why don't you just come over here like you're supposed to? There you go. Good boy. Yeah. Okay. Hi. I don't know why I went for that. I actually don't want that anymore. Yeah. The game quite literally birthed the Kaizo scene because of the nature of the mechanics of the game. Yes, positive for sunglasses. I don't know why, but I remember doing this stage over and over and over again. It's not a good sign. So it feels like you're talking about how the jump arc changes substantially based on how far you've moved. Because as I talked about earlier, if you move up to, I think, 11 blocks is the max distance, it substantially changes how you, your arc, your height, and the distance as well. Oh yeah, I need to bring a Yoshi to this, don't I? No, this is why I remember dying on this stage over and over, because this is hard to not get impatient on. We'll see how I manage nowadays. Some of these are kind of tight, too, admittedly. Yeah, the secret exit is just bringing a Yoshi here, I'm pretty sure. Then again, maybe I'm wrong, I don't know. Whoop. Maybe it's to get all the dragon coins? I don't know. Dragon coin percent is a category. Or a Delbach, why not? Because I think I didn't see it. Unless it's here, in which case never mind. Oh, no, I remember where it is. It's up there, isn't it? Yeah. I remember. As soon as I saw it, I was like, oh yeah, it's right here. So we'll just do that super quick. Yeah, I didn't even talk about that. You can actually slam the ground to do like a ground pound damage thing. Okay. God damn it. Bats. Remember to stay hydrated. You want to hear something funny? Monday or Tuesday or Sunday, I forget which, but one of the recent days, I had a headache. And I'm like, oh my gosh, I have a headache. Oh god. And I started freaking out because I'm an idiot. And I was worried about, you know, oh god, it's one of the first real headaches I've had. It's like the second, I think, headache I've had since, you know, the surgery. God, what have I done wrong? So I'm talking to Pax about it, and he's like, when was the last time you ate? And I had to stop and think about that. And he's like, okay, this is already taking too long. Go eat something. It was a food headache. I'd eaten breakfast. Like 10 hours prior to that. Bit of peanut butter on a slice of toast. What's the quickest way? I guess it'll be this way. Although, if I ever actually get to see Imperial Star Destroyer again, I need to ask him. He mentioned a protein bar, and I apparently have lost the link to that, so I need to find that again. Because I keep meaning to have those for when I'm streaming, especially for days like today where I'm skipping lunch. Oh yeah, we've converted our Yoshi into a blue Yoshi. I don't know if you saw that. Since we ended the level with a with a thing I can't think of the name of. You know, that thing with the stuff in the place. You know the thing. Right. Got again. Slightly less suckitude this time. Oh, it doesn't keep. I guess that's not the solution then. Alright, whatever. Oh, there's a trap for you. That was just low. Oh, no, I made it. Hey, Melkor Blade. I don't remember where the other exit is. Do you remember where the other exit is to the stage? Not the one I'm about to get. I can always look it up, but... I'm afraid so, Colin Palooza. It's actually a law. so you're kind of stuck now. Time, Mr. Red. Time and effort. How am I going to get a hold of them, Gum Gum? I don't think I agree, Zillow. It's pretty non-intrusive, and it's also mostly transparent. No! Whatever, go up. I'm too small. Oh, absolutely, Melkorblade. We gave several positives for that. I will admit I'm not a big fan of the font. What I find weird is that of all the things they decided to be the biggest number up there, they decided the number of stars you currently have, which is one of the least interesting and relevant things on that list. Okay, so here's the one exit. Boop. Yeah, I saw that a lot in the comments of the Mario 3 video, Melkorblade. Doesn't surprise me that much. We're gonna do another method here. We're gonna do this level. It's another pressure level, but it also introduces something wonderful. These things! They count down, and then they plummet. Whoop! And then we lose Yoshi. Yoshi was always too weak to be working with us. I don't know what that accent is, don't ask me. I mean, it's a dumb accent, but that's when we ask the question. Whoop! It's all good, Zillow. I'm listening to positives, too. Like, you can tell me positives, it's okay. I won't judge you too harshly for it. That's on me. I was trying to see what Rex was saying, because I didn't understand the question. Or the statement. Like, what do you mean a dead Yoshi's counter? How does Yoshi's Island have that? Sure. Ah! It's just... Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think we have 5 exits to go. 5 or 6. It's not a lot. No, Gum Gum. Unless you count the Empire, in which case, yes. Although, I gotta be honest, I don't think anything I could ever come up with will ever match the EU, because, I've seen some of the EU's paperwork. It's gibberish, I think is the nicest way I could put that. Just absolute gibberish. Why would I need to, Colin Blizzo? I mean, yes, if I had to. So why would I need to? So, unique enemy. I don't know why those do damage to us, but they do. I have played Kaizo before. I think I've hinted at that a few times since I've literally done a task of the first one. Oh wow, Rex. I honestly didn't know that. I don't know if I've never noticed it, or I might not have ever played that version of the game. Or the two. That's... wow. Oh, that's death. Well, yeah, it's because most massive nations weren't planned, Mr. Red. They were built on top of things that were built on top of things that just kind of sort of happened by coincidence and circumstance. I mean, the EU didn't even get started by calling itself the EU. I don't even remember what it used to be called. Tone is a positive we could give, Fuzzy Duck. What are we all thinking about a tone positive for this game? I feel like we gave Mario Odyssey a similar positive. I think you're right, Dream Whisperer. Here's a further question. If we gave a tone positive, would it be under gameplay or story? The hell of a trip. In case you missed that, that means we need to carry a Yoshi all the way through there. We're gonna do something else first, though. No! So, in case you're missing that, I'm not used to flying in this game, so I wasn't really trying to fly. And once I was flying and went off the camera, I didn't really know what to do about that, so I just kind of hoped for the best. Yeah, me neither, Malcar. I've never been good at flying in this game. Don't mind me. It's probably a fast way to do this, but whatever. Okay. Take 2. Or 3, actually, at this point. Let's not accidentally run this time. Yeah, I figured I was going too slow for that. Well, okay. In case you missed it, I was deliberately not running so I wouldn't take off. Sorry, Yoshi. Okay. You go there. Sure. Might as well save that non-exit. So yeah, I was going too slowly because I was not holding down the run button, which I suppose sounds like a duh, but, you know, it wasn't really the goal there. I suppose I could do it this way, too, though, now that I'm thinking about it. No! Why? Why? God damn it! I hate the feather! Even though it's better than the tail in every way. Ugh! Well, at least I don't have the stupid feather now. Even though I need it for what I'm trying to do. Okay. That was weird. No, it is. You just, well, you have to be very precise on the timing. Which I am obviously not. And now I lost my cape. Let's try to do it the non-cape method. Which is even worse, arguably. Ah, damn it! And I've already failed. Ugh, I hate this freaking exit. This is the worst exit in the game. It's actually the second worst exit in the game. Because obviously this isn't as bad as the one on the freaking Thunder Bridge, but it's still terrible. The real problem with this exit, and this is why it's okay to do the second, so you can just start over by hitting the button, is any failure pretty much means you get to start over completely from scratch. Because some of the stuff doesn't respawn upon re-entering the room, like it usually does. So, let's do this. Let's do this. Up, up, over, up, over, up, over. Are you joking me? Are you kidding me? Was just, that's the good question for them. From Basham, from Basham. Okay, whatever. Sorry, my inner sim took over there for a second. Yeah, I don't have time. That's the problem. I literally don't have time to do the lead up there. If I don't get the lineup correctly, which I didn't. Okay, I'm gonna try something else here this time. Listen, I can do Simless like nobody else, because I used to play Sims 3 way too much. Lunch is for the weak, Savacom, and also me once I'm done with this game. So, yes, Asinius, but the problem is I can't see where I'm aiming without turning them into blocks as I'm going. I need to be able to see where I'm directing it, or have it memorized, which obviously I don't. The only reason I even did that was to get the exit, too. That's the funny part. It's only there for 96 exits. There's, like, no benefit to that. So now I need to keep a Yoshi through this entire stage. So this is gonna suck a little bit. Speaking of exits, that the only reason to get this is for 100% sake. Well, goodbye, Yoshi. Ah, there's a Yoshi later, but yeah. I'm probably not going to give that a negative. For reference. Oh, you're fun, aren't you? Okay. Okay, so let's do this. Alright, listen, Yoshi, I need you to do me a huge favor, okay? Can you do this for me, buddy? Need you to melt in lava. Thank you. Appreciate it. Alright. You've played The Witcher, right? Witcher 3? Alright, let me do this terrible jumping puzzle up this cliff, and then summon Yoshi there. Okay, we're cool. We have Yoshi. It's just nope, nope. All kinds of nope. There's just Nopeville population Noperella. The well-known princess of Nope. That's death. Okay, so that's bad. That means this. Give me a minute. Just give me a minute. I'll get there. I'll get there. Just hang on. Just need to get my Yoshi. Let me just cross most of the world. Hang on. Okay, we're halfway there. Okay, so let's go back. Hope it works the way I think it does. What's really funny is if we were able to successfully do this stage exit that I am currently going for, we would have a shortcut to the Star World in Bowser's Land. We don't, and that's the problem. That's that exit. It's going to get us access to that star. So, just more amusement for this whole nonsense we're going through here. There's also another route I could take! Okay. Well, let's do the other route, because I'm tired of doing that. I was hungry, Gum Gum. Have you ever had roasted Yoshi? Oh, it's almost as good as Humpback. I do like Larry's castle, which is the one ring. I shun your pathetic mushroom. Patooey! And done. See you around, Dakota. Have a good one. Okay. Are these crayons? Chunks of lumber? I've never quite understood what these are supposed to be. I mean, considering this does predate the PlayStation by quite a bit. Dang it, I'm gonna die to Larry. I'm gonna die to Larry. Chill here a minute. Take my time. Not die to Larry. Favorite minion in this game? Other than Magic Koopa, obviously. Aw, see you around, Spartan. Hopefully. You're not leaving us forever, are you? Jesus, Mario! Mario has defeated Larry in his castle, number 7. All that is left is Bowser's castle, where Princess Toadstool is being held. Can Mario rescue her and restore peace to Dinosaur Land? No, because we have to go finish getting 96 exits first. Okay, so now we can do this a little faster than the method we were using. Maybe it's like the Metroid Dread thing, where you need the power-up. You can only use it once, and then it goes away, you know? So he absorbs the energy from Larry there, and then uses it to get the castle, and then it's burnt. pretty sure we're only 2 exits away from being done with the game. You mean other than the cut content thing, Dream Whisperer? Or do you mean like, Yoshi! Yoshi, why? Why? Yoshi's like, I deserve to be in the lava. Yoshi, we need to have a talk. Please stop going into the lava. Killing me, Yoshi. Literally, in this case. Yoshi knows just how delicious he really is. I mean, have you ever had lava-seared steak? Oh yeah, Ross, the reason that Chocolate Land is green is because it's autumn. I'm pretty sure it's brown if you're, you know, playing through normally. Okay, for God's sakes. Not die to nonsense, okay, Yoshi? Okay. Okay, don't. Okay, we're okay. We're okay. You're alright. You're alright. You're gonna get hit right there. I knew it was gonna happen too. I give up on life. I commit seppuku. There we go. Thank you, Tazara, as always, for the sub. Much appreciated and obliged. Now, the real question is, what do you want to put that towards, if anything? You usually don't put it towards something. You got it. I can do that. You have no idea how tempting it is to just either save state or give up on this. It's just... I don't even know why I'm doing this. It's just for the sake of getting 96 exits and nothing else. There's no benefit to doing this. It doesn't unlock anything. In fact, that's actually a good point. I do still have to do rumination on this game. So, tell you what. We'll do one more attempt at this. And then we'll just do a 95 exit run. This is actually getting to be one of the waste of time. Which is actually kind of hurting the game's score, too, if you think about it. It's weird, but okay. That's cool. We're cool. Everything's cool here. That's bullcrap. By the way, that's where I needed to be, right there. Whatever. 95 exit run it is. Let's go. I tried to sorry. I fail, as is obvious. But I try. That... What? Oh, right, I had a cape. Why did I keep going up when I was sprinting? That's so strange! Yeah, you can tell I'm really not used to the cape, because it keeps happening, it keeps surprising me. I should have made that. That's weird. Whatever. We're gonna walk this time so we don't accidentally take off. It's actually not a bad idea, Gingaman. I don't know. sure you don't want to diversify, Ross? I'm just saying. Might be the smartest thing you could do. Ever. The history of the ever. But I do appreciate you watching my show. Despite moments like that. Yeah, I'm not gonna go for it. I'll be patient. $95. I was just checking. $540. Someone write down $545. I hate 99%. All 99% means is you're not done yet. We're gonna fix it! My god, we're gonna fix it. Or die trying. Possibly die trying. Well, I haven't done any programming in literally years at this point, but the last time I did programming, COBOL was my bag. I guess that's not true. I've also worked with CSS quite a bit. So, CSS and COBOL. Okay. Thankfully, it does save. This is the other reason checkpoints are good in this game. You notice it keeps saving it despite the fact that we've done multiple stages since then. It just saves the fact that you have this mid-mission checkpoint already flagged. Good thing this music is so chill, or I'd kill everything. Oh, you don't want to go over the edge? Come on, over here. Check it out. Have fun, buddy. There. 96 exits. So, 1, 2, or 3? Three it is. So I already talked about this, but Bowser's Castle is kind of unique. It's not hard in the strictest sense of the word. It's more like it builds on the themes of previous levels. Previous castles, specifically. What? Okay. I'll accept that. Sorry, I was just not quite. We also get introduced to the Mecha Koopas relatively early here. That's good. Unfortunately, no unique music. 5, 6, or 7, I think? Is there an 8? Or 8. 6, you got it. Okay. Just stop playing around. By memory, Bowser is super easy, which means I'm going to die to him at least about 4 times. Maybe a full 6. Just completely game over on Bowser. That'd be funny. So this is the only unique part of Bowser's Castle right here. And there's Ninji! One of my favorite songs in the game, by the way. When I was a kid, I had the hardest time dodging these things. The flames. I have no idea why. Yeah, we don't just hit the boss 3 times. Check it out. What's weird is you'd think restarting the music in the middle of the fight wouldn't work, but it totally does. Oh, he's an angry clown now. And she kisses our nose for some reason. Oh, time. Mario's adventure is over. Mario, the princess, Yoshi, and his friends are gonna take a vacation. Which is funny, because we're playing Mario Sunshine tomorrow. No, really, we are. Like yesterday, Mr. Red. I forget who, but someone put like $2 towards it, and it pushed it over the line. Mario Sunshine was like right there. And I was like, sure. Why not? Now, I don't want to speak too positively about Sunshine until we actually play it, but I have a lot of very positive memories about that game. And a lot of very negative ones. So it'll be interesting to review that one. Yeah, I think your donation was the one, Justin. Because it was someone who hadn't put money towards it before. And that's what actually pushed it over the line. Yeah, by the way, we're not 100%ing Sunshine. I'm not that crazy. The difference between 90%ing and 100%ing Mario Sunshine is a matter of dozens of hours, von Falkenstein. Getting those last few things is just ridiculous. Yoshi's Island Rex, although I haven't reviewed it yet. I like this, by the way. Oh, it's extremely frustrating and semi-random, too. There's a reason it takes dozens of hours. I forgot to change their names for this. Pidget Bill. Yeah, you don't get anything for 100%ing. Which, I mean, I guess is true with most of these, but whatever. I have 100%ed Mario Sunshine, but it's one of those Mario games I will never attempt to 100% it again. You know? Done, checklisted, never going back. Whereas other games like the Galaxies or the 3D Worlds, I've actually 100% of those multiple times. Because it's fun, you know? I would probably 100% Odyssey again if I could. Yeah, we 100% of this one, which is not the first or the second time I've done that. Same with Mario 3, actually. And Mario 2. I have no idea about Falkenstein. Resnor! Who's that guy on the right? Ah. Now, I think... Oh, I'm wrong. I was say, I think this version of the game has a thing, but it looks like it is not. But whatever, we got 96 exits. We did it. That is Super Mario World. Let's run through the audit really quick here, shall we? Make sure we're all up to date with this. Okay. What was the positive we were going to give that I forgot to write down earlier? It was something, I think, Spartans? No, Fuzzy Duck. You suggested it. Yes, 5:45. Thank you for reminding me. And no cheats? Why would I cheat in Mario World? We put the checkpoint there. We did, right? Yep, there it is. Here, have some Mario music while I... We were going to give the tone, and we decided to give that to story, didn't we? So. Which means our total story score is +2. And that's it, just +2. Let's see. I want to make sure I notate that, because duh. And humor is the other one we gave there. I don't think the doodads or the background visual storytelling is really worth a positive in this one. It's actually pretty threadbare, especially for a Mario game. So we're just gonna wash all of that. Wash, wash, wash. And since so many people keep complaining about it, I'll have to come up with a new emote, the wash emote, but whatever. Moving on. Animations, no. Audio spam, no. Auto battle, no. Backtracking, not really. Vestuary, no. Bosses, we did end up giving a negative to bosses. We didn't give it, so Yoshi would go under Kit, and that's one of the things I was about to get right here. We did give one for there. Now, this is going to sound strange. That's true, we can make something flood-related. We need to decide where we put the positive for the core engine. I know that sounds like such a strange thing to comment on, but there is such a solid core engine to this game. It's one of the better ones of the 2D Marios. As we talked about earlier, there is a reason it is this game that specifically launched so many fan edits and fan things. People figured out how to reverse engineer Mario World before virtually any other game. People have been able to reprogram the game, people have made kaizos in the game, people have made fan mods of the game. So many people have been able to do so much with this. It's absolutely gameplay. But I'm trying to think of how we want to phrase this, because I think we could just call it straight up core mechanics. We do have a category for that. So we'll just put that under core mechanics. No, because the game didn't do anything to encourage or allow that, Mr. Red. Difficulty curve. So, I actually talked about this. The difficulty curve is a smooth incline until you get to the bridges, and then it just kind of stops being an incline or a downcline. It's just kind of all over the place for the rest of the stages. Ugh, that being said, I think that I'm going to give a difficulty curve plus to this one. Just one. There's none of that, there's none of that, there's none of that. There's definitely enemy variety, we already talked about that. Post-game, that's actually... Is that on random? This is on random. Sorry, it's on random. Hang on, I have a Mario playlist. Let me just pull this up. Here we go. You know what, that's appropriate. We'll just go with that. So that's where the special stages go under. Here we go. We gave a general graphics plus. I don't think the HUD is bad enough to deserve a negative. There's game integration, interface. Intro is fantastic, as we already mentioned. Itemization is definitely at least as good as Mario Bros. 3. And by that, I mean it gets the 1+, whereas Mario 3 got 3 pluses. Kit. So, let's be honest with ourselves, the cape does deserve a positive. It is a tremendous amount of mobility and utility in a single power-up that puts a huge amount of that entirely on you, the player, and it has a high skill ceiling on top of that. I mean, the cape deserves a plus by itself. That's just how that works. To be perfectly blunt, it would be easy to argue me up to 2 positives for the cape. In fact, I'm just going to do that. So we're going to do this. How do we feel about Yoshi in this one? I mean, he is an interesting bit of tech, even if we ignore the fact that he's Yoshi. He's an interesting power-up because he gives us a unique form of health up. We get hit off of him, but we don't lose anything. We don't lose Yoshi unless we're over a pit. He just takes off and starts running back. So it's possible to recover our health in the form of Yoshi. It also is different than getting hit or losing just about any other power-up in the game. And he effectively doubles our height possibility, and he can walk on things that other things can't, and he can eat stuff. And he's got the shell modes. So, Yoshi's pretty useful. Even if you ignore, even if he was just a square on the screen that doesn't have any animation or tone or style or flavor, it still would be very useful, I think. Yeah, there's a reason Yoshi is so beloved, and it's not just because you're so cute. It's because Yoshi's awesome. I think I agree, Blue Alex. I think I agree. I think we should give 2 pluses to Yoshi. I mean, the Hammer Brothers suit is legit, but how often do you get the Hammer Brothers suit compared to Yoshi? You know? Okay. Scrolling over a little bit here. So we didn't talk about the outro yet. I actually rather like the outro. It's not great. I don't think it deserves 2 or 3 positives, but I do think at least 1 is warranted. We've got our own options of how to get through the Bowser's Castle, including the back door if you just want to get to the final fight. And you got the final fight itself, which is certainly unique and probably the only actually good boss in the entire game. So, yes, outro, yes, absolutely. So I've actually kind of baked most of the overworld pluses into their individual worlds. So I'm just going to go and do that. Yes, this is from Mario Galaxy 2. This is the Galaxy of Water. Here, have some Galaxy music. There's some good stuff here. It's good ambiance music. Replayability. Yeah, Mario Galaxy's OSTs are just fantastic. Usually I don't like orchestral music, but this broke the mold for me. I could be argued up to 2 positives for replayability for this one. What are we thinking? Because the game does a lot. You know, that first plus is kind of a gimme, a little bit, if we're being honest. But the second one is mostly about what the game itself does to support and encourage replays. And in this case, we have multiple paths, which you can take through the stages. And of course, the optional exits, and the secrets, and the stars, and the special world, and the fact that it's also easier to save and restart the game or just keep playing. Just reload a save and go try out more stages. Rather than Mario 3, which is start all over again from scratch, right? Thank you, Winter Ravenheart, very much for the timing on that. Much appreciate the sub. Thank you so much. If you know what you want to put that towards, please let me know. Yeah, I think I agree with the consensus there. I think we deserve 2 for Mario World. There is not Winter Ravenheart. Hang on a second. Because I don't own Command Mission. And I don't know if it's ever been ported, and it has not. And it's currently unavailable. That's cute. I was just going to see how much it was, since, you know, PS2 games and GameCube games tend to be expensive. Okay, hang on here. I found one used for like 60 bucks. Yeah, there we go. There's a couple used ones for 60 bucks. And 120. Tell you what, let's put it on the list. And we'll just kind of sit on it for a while and kind of play chicken with it and hope that they port it forwards. Make it a little bit more accessible. Otherwise, I'll just sink the 60 bucks on it. But we'll play chicken with that one. The only last one is Visual Distinction, which actually, hang on. Make sure I haven't already given. Yep. At no point in this game do I have any trouble telling exactly what I'm looking at and how and why. As it should be. Oh, I know, Blow of Alex. That's why I'm just kind of... So what I'm mainly waiting on there is seeing what Capcom's going to do. Because they've been just sitting on Mega Man doing nothing with it for years at this point. So, we'll see. So I've redesigned one of our negatives, because I realized that ultimately we shouldn't actually have 2 negatives. We had a very small partial aggregate negative and then another one. And I'm just going to merge those into one. Which means we have +2 + 40. real question is, what is our golden number? And no, we can't have that music yet. We have to see what the golden number is first. So let me do a few quick calculations, as I always do. Give me a minute here. There we go. And that was at plus 40, I think. I think I just said that. Yes, plus 40. There it is. One gameplay negative. It's the only negative we gave this game. That's going to boost its score a little bit. Any guesses? I tabulate this here. Mario 3. What did Mario 3 have? Mario 3 had a 40.94 for a bit of perspective. Unfortunately, Mario World is going to be dragged down pretty substantially by its lack of narrative. But Mario World still gets a fairly impressive 54.27. Which is pretty high up on the list, honestly. That puts it up above Oblivion, for perspective, and just below Hitman 2. Right about with Bloodstained Curse of the Moon, for another comparison there. Yeah, no, that's a damn good score. And yeah, I stand by that. Mario World, even though it did frustrate me a few times, and I don't want to, dismiss that, this is a damned well-designed game. Oh, speaking of which, 54 point whatever. Oh, wrong song. There we go. And we do also have to give this game credit for being the innovator for Yoshi drums. And also literally the namer. I'll do this. I think that actually... Hang on. Where's the golden numbers? Obviously, Odyssey beats this one. I'm curious how that scores compared to Galaxy. Where's the Galaxies? Looks like that beats out the Galaxies, too. Which is damned impressive. Yeah, no, that makes sense. Either way, I do hope you've enjoyed this romp. The next game we're covering is Mario Sunshine. Obviously, because of the fact that we did a long stream and I haven't had lunch, that'll be tomorrow. So at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time tomorrow, we will go ahead and be covering Super Mario Sunshine, and that'll probably be our first multi-day game in quite a while. So, see you there.